being held in person and by electronic means. Council members and the public may participate by either method. Any members joining electronically are reminded to enable video to confirm quorum. This meeting is being live streamed on the city's website and YouTube, and meeting progress will be updated regularly on X at Van City Clerk. Now, in case of an emergency requiring evacuation, there are 2 exits located beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are blocked, please use one of the 4 additional exits within this chamber here. Please don't use the elevator, use the stairs instead. If you require accessibility assistance, remain where you are, and one of our incredible security team members will guide you to a safe location with a smile. A defibrillator is available at the end of the hallway outside of the chamber. So if you feel a little tug on your heart, let us know and we'll run and get it. I do want to acknowledge that today's public hearings being held on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh First Nations, and I do want to thank them for their generosity and their hospitality and the love and care they show this great land that we get to live, work, and play on. I also want to recognize the incredible contributions of all of our team members throughout the city of Vancouver who choose to work incredibly hard to make this city just an incredibly special place. So with that, can we please have a roll call?
Mayor Sim in the chair. Councillor Kirby-Young. Not here. Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Klassen. Councillor Meisner. Councillor Joe is on a leave of absence.
No, he's right here.
Okay. Yep. Councillor Orr. Councillor Maloney. You have quorum, Mayor Sim.
Thank you very much. So before we begin, a few announcements. The public may speak in person or by phone, or may submit written comments to mayor and council. Speakers may only speak once and will have up to 5 minutes to comment on the merits of the application. Please state whether you support or oppose the recommendations and if you are a Vancouver resident. Those representing 4 or more individuals or groups, including themselves, may speak for up to 8 minutes. Each person being represented must confirm their presence in person or by phone and may not speak separately. Please follow along, please follow the live stream or at Van City Clerk on X to track meeting progress and know when your turn to speak is approaching. Please note the live stream has a slight delay. Written comments can be submitted through the Mayor and Council public hearing feedback forum linked on X. If you pre-registered with a presentation, please say next to have the clerk advance your slides. A quick reminder. At public hearings, council acts as a quasi-judicial body and must focus solely on the merits of the rezoning or heritage application. Members may ask clarifying questions of team members or speakers, including the applicant, but should reserve debate until after the speakers list has closed. After hearing from speakers, council may 1, approve the application in principle, 2, approve the application in principle with amendments, 3, refuse the application, or 4, refer the application to our team members for further consideration. Finally, if all speakers have not been heard this evening, the public hearing will recess and reconvene on Tuesday, December the 2nd, 2025 at 3 p.m. So the first item on the agenda is item number 1, Vancouver Social Housing Initiative. Before we begin this agenda item, if anyone believes that they have a conflict of interest, now is the time to declare it. Does anybody wish to declare one? All right, seeing no one's hands up and no one in the queue, I will assume there are none. The clerk will now read the application and summary of correspondence received.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to amend the Zoning and Development Bylaw to add a new relaxation and associated regulations to permit new social housing, which includes nonprofit, nonprofit cooperative, and government-owned social, supportive, and cooperative housing to be built under a development permit application. No further zoning and development bylaw amendments would be necessary to enable these projects. It also proposes a new rezoning policy to enable consideration of social housing proposals which do not fit into the standard zoning. Amendments to the Heritage Conservation Area Official Development Plan HCA ODP, including the first Shaughnessy Heritage Conservation Area Design Guidelines, are proposed to enable and provide guidance for consideration of social housing rezoning proposals on all sites that do not contain protected heritage property. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing: 19 pieces of correspondence in support, 60 pieces of correspondence in opposition, and 1 piece of correspondence regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Great, thank you very much. Now, this is the first call for speakers. Any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll-free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 106-1445 # before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and displayed during the recess. There will be an opportunity for new speakers and missed speakers to be heard at the end of the registered speakers list. Now, we do have team members from Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability here to present the application.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Josh White, General Manager, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. In a moment, I will hand over to Jesse Singer to walk through staff's presentation on the Vancouver Social Housing Initiative. As part of Council's priority to deliver housing, we are going through a transformational change on how our planning system works. Central to this effort is to scale housing delivery of all types through more predictable regulations and processes, and implement Vancouver Plan's 6 neighborhood types distributed across all of the city of Vancouver. More outcome-focused processes and regulation, and more opportunity for social housing and co-op housing aligned with our overall land use framework in villages and neighborhood centers. Walkable, transit-served, mixed-use, service and amenity-laden neighborhoods with housing choice and a mix of people of different life stages and income levels. The Vancouver Social Housing Initiative addresses a key priority of our housing system, aiding in the delivery of non-market and co-op housing. With that, staff will now walk through our presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jessie Singer. I'm a planner with the Housing Policy Group, and I'm here to speak to the social housing proposal this evening. So I'll begin with an overview of the background and recommendations for Council's consideration before diving into the details of the proposal and the engagement completed. So it is a challenging economic time for Vancouverites, with low-income households particularly impacted. But there are opportunities right now for cities to use their regulatory tools to get more people who are struggling housed faster. The Social Housing Initiative does this by creating certainty in zoning and shortening the development approvals process so nonprofit projects can meet construction deadlines set by senior government funding programs for social housing. This is in line with citywide efforts to move forward towards a streamlined development approvals process where the rules and expectations for new development are clearer and less time is spent on administration. Adding social housing to neighborhoods where there's currently none or very little also works to create inclusive, complete, and sustainable communities where all types of people can thrive. The origin of this work came from a council motion back in 2022 called Reducing Barriers and Deepening Affordability for Nonprofit, Co-op, and Social Housing in Every Neighborhood, where council directed staff to bring forward recommendations to enable an outright process for social housing throughout the city, and also to ensure that the work aligned with and did not delay other priorities at the time, including Vancouver Plan. Later that year, Vancouver Plan was approved, the city's unified land use framework, and since then, staff have worked to implement this strategy through several implementation actions, including this one. This work has also been shaped by council direction to use city land to significantly increase the number of non-market and cooperative homes for Vancouverites. And this project launched in early 2024 and conducted 2 rounds of public engagement to help shape the final proposal before you tonight. The sequencing of this initiative aligned intentionally with the approval last month of low and high-rise district schedules, the R3 and the R5 zones, so that it could be in line with citywide efforts to standardize building rules. Should this initiative be approved, we will look to begin implementation either later this year or early next. So breaking down the report recommendations, recommendation A is to add a new relaxation so that social housing projects can be built under development permit, provided they meet specific requirements. The areas where these projects could be built are included in a new map, which illustrates where low-rise and high-rise projects could be built, as well as where ground floor commercial space would be required. Recommendation B is to approve a new social housing rezoning policy for projects which cannot fit into the standard zoning, which was proposed through recommendation A. Recommendation C and D amend existing policies and bylaws to align with this new rezoning policy should it be approved by council. So direction for this work, as mentioned, comes primarily through council direction as well as the Vancouver Plan and Housing Vancouver, which is the city's 10-year strategy to address the housing affordability crisis in Vancouver. These strategies provide direction to prioritize the most affordable and the most needed housing, social housing, and to also use the city's regulatory powers to enable more social housing across the city to create those inclusive, complete, and climate-friendly communities. The initiative also works to advance the city's action plan to implement the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples by facilitating and prioritizing Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh affordable housing projects. It also implements direction in the Older Persons Strategic Framework to streamline development of senior social housing across all neighborhoods. So there can be some confusion around exactly what social housing is. This diagram on the screen is the housing continuum, and it shows the range of housing options available to people. The type of housing I'm referring to when I say social housing are supportive, social, and cooperative housing, also known collectively as non-market housing, as it does not generate a profit and it's delivered primarily by nonprofits and government. All three types of housing provide rents that are below market, geared to what the people who live in them can afford, whether that be the shelter component of income assistance or 30% of a household's income. The photos on the screen show different types of social housing in Vancouver. As you can see, it can be in different forms and scales. To be considered social housing, projects have to meet certain criteria. And these include, firstly, either nonprofit or government ownership of the project. Staff are also in the process of bringing forward amendments to specify that this does include First Nations ownership. And this ownership requirement maintains public lands in public hands and keeps that core goal of affordability and community benefit for any future redevelopment. Also, a minimum of 30% of the units have to be rented at or below the provincial housing income limits, also known as HILS. This is the minimum requirement, and it's intended to enable projects to proceed despite changing economics and funding conditions. We have seen that with additional senior government funding, we can get deeper affordability. Of the projects that have been approved since 2017, we found that actually 64% of the units are renting at below HILS. Included in that is 30% at shelter level. And finally, the housing is secured as social housing for 60 years of the life of the project. This ensures that housing remains as social housing into the future and provides security of tenure for residents. I'll now speak about the recommendation A and the new relaxation for social housing under development permit. So a core driver behind this work is the existing growing need for deeply affordable housing in Vancouver. We've seen this need growing as evidenced by the 48% increase in the number of households on the wait list for social housing in Vancouver over the past 5 years. We've seen it in the 12% increase of people experiencing homelessness since the last count in 2023. And we also see it through census data that those particularly impacted by the affordability crisis are low-income renter households, with the vast majority, fully 73%, paying more than 30% of their income on rent. And within this group, they're diverse. There's renting seniors, there's lone parent households, there's youth, and all of these folks would benefit from greater access to social housing. Vancouver does have an existing stock of nearly 500 social housing buildings that provide secure and affordable homes for a diversity of people. However, we know that both the need is growing and the existing stock is aging. More than half the buildings are over 40 years and nearly a quarter are over 60 years. So in a city with limited public and nonprofit land, there's a need in the future to look at how these sites can accommodate the next generation of social housing. Vancouver's provincial target order provides guidance on the projected number of new affordable homes that we will need in the next 5 years. And you can also see by looking at the map on the screen that we need to also provide more social housing options in a greater diversity of neighborhoods, not just in areas like the downtown east side or Strathcona. So at the same time as we're trying to address these needs and meet these ambitious housing targets, there are also strong economic headwinds that are making this difficult. High construction costs, low labor availability, and trade instability, all these are barriers to delivering new housing. We've seen it dramatically in the sharp decline in new condo projects. And so social housing projects face all of these challenges, but with the added challenge of a mandate for affordability and also the need to navigate a really complex funding environment. So each project, they have to draw from multiple programs for different elements of a project, each with their own timelines and requirements. For example, one project might stack the province's community housing fund, which provides capital grants for the Hills units, with the federal Affordable Housing Fund, which provides low-cost financing for the low end of market units. If this project wanted to include a childcare as well, they would have to include another funding program with their own layer of requirements and timelines. So while there are these significant challenges, there's also significant opportunity. At this time, all three levels of government are aligned with the community housing sector to increase and speed up the delivery of social housing. The federal government under the National Housing Strategy and the provincial government under the Homes for People Action Plan are really explicit in their desire to significantly increase the number of social housing units and provide multiple funding streams to support this objective. The images on the screen show two projects which have benefited from all three levels of government funding to create over 200 units for Indigenous singles and families, as well as women-led households. There are several municipal tools that Vancouver already uses to support social housing, including direct investment through use of our land for affordable housing, as well as advocacy to highlight local needs and help shape provincial and federal housing policy. In this supportive funding environment, the strongest tool the city can use is its regulatory power over land use and zoning, which is the focus of this proposal. Putting in place enabling zoning provides certainty to nonprofits and allows them to meet funding deadlines. Both the province and federal governments have been really plain in their intent to direct money towards what they call shovel-ready projects. So those are ones that can begin construction in the next 1 to 2 years. And this is really only possible if we work to shorten approvals timeline on the municipal side. So this government funding is important not only to overcome the high upfront construction costs for these projects, but also having this funding allows more than 30% of the units to be deeply affordable. Right now, social housing is allowed in most areas through a rezoning process, guided by policies in local area plans or area-specific rezoning policies. Outside of the downtown, there's less than 3% of parcels currently that allow social housing through a development permit process. The outcomes of this is seen on these pie charts. So you can see outside the downtown, only 5% of social housing is approved through this shorter development permit process compared to 41% of condo and townhouse projects. So this initiative really seeks to bring those two numbers more into parity. So to this end, the proposal would change the development approvals process from the current rezoning process as shown in the graphic on the screen. This process can take anywhere from 12 to 15 months or more before the development and building permit, which would push most projects past desired timelines from funding projects for beginning construction. Because the rezoning is more flexible and negotiated, more time and money is spent on pre-development work and doing sort of iterations of the proposal. A development permit process, which is shown on the screen now, is different in that it provides less flexibility than a rezoning in varying from the rules, but the advantage is that as long as you follow the rules, you can go faster and spend more of your time and money on getting the project built. In the case of social housing, this is particularly important because we want to see more government money put towards construction and deepening affordability. It's important to note that while there will be no public hearing in this process, this doesn't mean that neighbors will not know what's going on next door to them or have the opportunity to comment. There is a standard development permit notification process that would continue for all of these projects, and that includes postcard notification to surrounding properties and signage on the site. There would be the opportunity for the public to review the application and submit comments to shape the development. I'll now speak to where we propose to allow this shorter development permit process for social housing. So we take direction from the Vancouver Plan as it's the strategy that guides growth and change in Vancouver over the next 30 years. A key objective is to create more housing choice around transit, service, and employment hubs, as this works towards both creating complete neighborhoods and climate goals by putting people close to their daily needs and transit so they can rely less on private vehicles. The strategy also calls for what we call an equitable housing system, and this prioritizes housing for those who need it most. And how that vision would translate geographically in the city is that social housing would be included in all neighborhoods across the city, focusing on areas, again, with transit access, shopping for daily needs, employment opportunities, and access to amenities like parks and schools. And it would also include opportunities for social housing to be located off of busy arterial streets. So towards this end, this initiative proposes to enable social housing in 2 of these Vancouver Plan areas. Firstly, the villages, highlighted in gold on the map, and then neighborhood centers, which is shown in lavender. So these 2 areas are identified to integrate a wider variety of housing choice and affordability over time in a variety of forms, including towers, mid-rise, and low-rise. This map on the screen shows how that Vancouver land use vision has been translated into a zoning map. So the village areas here are highlighted in the light blue, and the neighborhood centers are in the dark blue. So new social housing would be enabled through our relaxation power, and this means that existing zoning will not be changed, and existing property owners will see no impact on their current development rights. So this means if you are currently, say you currently own a single-family house in R11, that will remain your zoning. If, however, you are a nonprofit and you own a site in R11 district, you would be eligible to apply under this new relaxation to build a social housing project under this proposal. So in total, this proposal impacts about 56% of residential parcels citywide. The initiative today focuses only on social housing opportunities, but following the principle that we want to prioritize housing for those who most need it. But as part of Vancouver Plan implementation, there will be more comprehensive planning programs for these areas that look more broadly at change that includes market housing, job space, and commercial opportunities as well as services to support a growing population. So one example is the Villages Planning Program that's underway right now, and that program will be bringing additional recommendations to Council next year on those elements. So focusing back on this proposal, it would allow new nonprofit and government-owned social housing buildings up to 6 stories and 3 FSR in villages under a development permit. The villages are existing areas with small-scale local commercial and office uses, and this is where Vancouver Plan identifies opportunities to add more shopping and housing choices. So this illustration on the screen shows how a typical village area and how it might evolve over the next 30 years. Highlighted in purple is a new mixed-use 6-story social housing building of the type that you might see under this proposal in the near and midterm. Over time, highlighted in blue, those are additional new housing options, which could include low-rise market rental, condo buildings, mixed-use buildings, as well as small stratas or multiplexes and infill enabled under programs like the Villages program. So social housing buildings would be required to follow the recently approved R3 district schedule, which provides regulations around building design, unit mix, and setbacks. Under this schedule, there's an opportunity for a variety of different building forms to fit the specific site context, including things like courtyard buildings shown on the screen on the left. For a social housing building, the most likely form you'll see is that image on the top right of a typical 6-story building. This particular image shows a potential building with a childcare facility on the ground floor with contiguous outdoor space in the back. So moving on to neighborhood centers, these are areas that again will evolve over time to provide more dense housing choices and employment opportunities. They're a bit different than neighborhood centers. They have more built up existing commercial areas, existing bus or rapid transit access. And under this proposal, social housing in tower forms up to 20 stories and 6 FSR would be allowed under development permit process. This illustration shows again how these areas might evolve over time under this proposal. In purple is an example social housing tower with ground floor retail and a rooftop amenity on the podium. Again, this is an example of a project you might see in the mid and near term through this proposal. You could also see 6-story social housing buildings as well in these areas. Again, in blue, these are examples of other types of developments that might be seen in these areas over time with additional planning work, including rental and condominium towers, 6-story buildings, both residential and mixed use, as well as a further build out of multiplexes and infill under existing zoning. We have heard some concern that this proposal will result in widespread change in neighborhoods with multiple towers built in the near term. This image shows only one social housing tower deliberately because it reflects what we have seen in terms of actual social housing development based on approvals, the current pipeline, and the availability of land and funding. I'll speak a bit more to this in subsequent slides. So new social housing towers would follow the recently approved R5 district schedule. This regulates and requires things like tower separation, podium height, setbacks, and public open space on larger sites. To allow for flexibility for a range of different building types and for different sites, to incorporate non-residential uses such as childcare and cultural space. The maximum height has been set generously at 20 stories, while the density remains constant for all sites. What this means is that not all projects will be able to reach the maximum allowable density at 20 stories. Modeling has shown that standard sites with 132 to 150-foot frontages are likely to achieve a 16 to 17 stories, whereas larger sites, irregular sites, are more likely to reach the 20-story maximum. Proposals like this would further be shaped by guidelines like the solar access guidelines. So this approach is recommended to align with citywide efforts to provide additional flexibility to reduce the number of variances for individual projects. It also seeks to enable taller, more slender buildings rather than shorter, bulkier buildings, allowing more things to sort of happen at the ground level, including setbacks for mature boulevard trees. So the economics of building a social housing building are different than a market rental or a strata building. Due to the affordability requirements, these projects don't generate land lift. Instead, the key challenge for these projects is figuring out how to fill the funding or the equity gap to make a project viable without any ongoing operating subsidies. To put this in a cost per unit terms for, say, a 6-story wood frame building, the equity gap to fill is estimated at about $95K a door. This rises for a concrete tower to an estimated $155K a door. The estimated total cost per unit on the screen provide context. This is a gap that needs to be overcome. I will note that these total unit costs quoted on the slide are likely on the lower end. We have seen projects run 70 to 100K more per door in total costs in higher value areas, especially with current inflationary pressures. So this context is important when we estimate the anticipated uptake of new projects under this initiative. Looking again at those historic approvals trends, the current pipeline, the current economic and funding conditions, we estimate that approximately 10 projects per year may come through this initiative. This estimate would include both tower forms and 6-story forms. In the near term, it's likely projects will occur on existing non-market sites as buildings age and nonprofits and governments seek to maintain housing for existing residents as well as grow the number of units to meet needs. There may be some opportunities for strategic acquisitions and opportunities on, places of worship sites. However, nonprofits will remain challenged to compete in the market to purchase new sites. Currently, without government funding, low-rise wood frame buildings do remain the most attractive option. So this next part will speak to the proposed rezoning policy. So currently, social housing is allowed through rezoning in most areas of the city. A key policy that enables this is the interim rezoning policy in former community vision areas, shown on the map in red, where social housing of all forms can currently be considered now through rezoning. Those white gaps represent more recent area plans like Canby Corridor, Marpole, Grandview Woodland, Mount Pleasant. In these areas, social housing is also allowed through rezoning. So the new proposed social housing rezoning policy replaces this high-level policy in the IRP, as well as brings together all areas where social housing is currently enabled under disparate area plans into one comprehensive rezoning policy for social housing with policy directions aligned with Vancouver Plan. The objective remains that most projects will make use of that more direct development permit pathway. However, we do recognize that there will still be some large, unique, irregular sites that will still require a rezoning path. Built into the proposed policy is additional flexibility, again, for MST and urban Indigenous projects aligned with the UNDRIP action plan, as well as opportunities to integrate childcare and cultural facilities. Two areas which were removed from the direct-to-development permit map during the project process and instead included in this rezoning map here is the First Shaughnessy and the Champlain Heights area. Both of these areas have somewhat unique characteristics, including larger sites, irregular sites, sites with heritage protection or lack of lanes, as well as an irregular street network. So these conditions didn't really lend themselves well to a standard straight-to-development permit process. So they will be required to go through rezoning to address these features with an eye to sort of integrating into the broader area. Policies to protect the existing Champlain Heights trail network is also included in this policy in response to public feedback. So the enabled heights and densities under this rezoning policy will follow Vancouver Plan in the areas in yellow, which cover villages and existing low-density areas, where they'll be generally considered up to 6 stories, and purple neighborhood centers considered, again, generally up for 20 stories. Greater heights and densities will be considered in TOA sites, Indigenous sites, as well as on large sites that are over 8,000 meters square, that can accommodate multiple buildings as well as non-residential uses. So excluded from consideration of rezoning are parks, institutional and public sites like community centers and public schools, as well as natural areas, and as mentioned, the Champlain Heights trail system. So to provide a pathway to consider new approaches and partnerships to redevelop large existing non-market sites, the policy also enables consideration of a component of market housing, for example, market rental, to help with the viability of the social housing component. This will only be considered in cases where an application meets very specific requirements, including, again, maintaining public or nonprofit ownership of the land, achieving a net increase in social housing, and if the site is large enough, again, to accommodate multiple buildings. A pro forma review would be required to help determine what that ratio of market housing is to maximize the social housing delivery or the delivery of additional public benefits such as childcare, another council priority. So we'll move on to an overview of the engagement process. 2 engagement phases were conducted. The first ran for 5 weeks in the fall of 2024 and sought initial feedback on a high-level draft proposal. The team then went away, made some revisions, and then came back with a revised proposal for public comment in the summer of 2025, which ran for 4 weeks. Both phases included several different activities, including in-person and virtual information sessions, stakeholder meetings with urban Indigenous residents, city advisory committees, and the community housing sector. Feedback was received through both an online and paper survey, as well as through in-person conversations and written letters and emails. There are additional details included in the engagement summary reports that's in Appendix E. So looking at the overall response for both phases, the comments were generally categorized into general levels of support. Overall, about 48% were negative, 30% were positive, and 22% were mixed. This counts about 900 comment forms received. Generally speaking, the first phase was more positive at 60%. The second phase was more negative at 57%, while the mixed feedback remained fairly constant throughout at 22 and 30% respectively. For those who did disclose their demographic information, we did hear mainly from homeowners at about 53%. We did not hear from many renters in subsidized housing. Budget for sort of like representative polling wasn't included in the budget for this project, so respondents were self-selected to participate, though we did seek to fill gaps by direct outreach to stakeholders like the city advisory committees. We received a lot of very nuanced feedback. However, at the high level, most comments fell into these 4 key themes shown on the screen. So for tower heights, we heard many concerns that introducing towers into low-rise residential neighborhoods would negatively impact neighborhood character, create shadowing, and that increasing density would put strain on existing amenities. But we also heard some support for towers, primarily from the community housing sector, as they pointed out that they were important to maximize new affordable homes near transit and amenities, and to deliver other amenities such as childcare. For affordability and safety, we heard concerns that the minimum 30% of units required to rent at or below hills was just too low to meet the need. However, we also heard concerns that deeply affordable housing at shelter rates or supportive housing is negatively associated for some community members with substance use and crime. Around community input, we heard larger systems concerns about the erosion of democracy and the opportunity for community input by removing the requirement for public hearings for each individual project, with people concerned that they would no longer have a say or be able to know what is happening in their neighborhood. The last comment was around infrastructure. So this theme in general expressed support generally for social housing, but again, just some concern that existing infrastructure, including pipes and amenities like community centers, just weren't sufficient to support growth. So after hearing this feedback, the project team sought to consider and adjust the proposal to respond where possible. So for tower heights, we sought a balance between neighborhood change and viability of social housing projects and maximizing, those units on public land. Following phase 1, we expanded the areas where 6-story forms were allowed while reducing the areas where towers were allowed, to focus these tower opportunities roughly 400 meters around existing transit, service, and retail hubs. And we also increased the proposed height of towers from 18 to 20 stories and a slight bump in the density from 5.5 to 6 to enable that greater flexibility for different types of projects, including mixed use. Aligned with the R3 and R5 district schedules, as well as the citywide design guidelines, new towers will be required to provide setbacks to neighboring properties, follow solar access guidelines, and provide for things like landscaping to try and fit into the existing context. In terms of affordability, we haven't adjusted the affordability requirement as, again, this was intended to be the minimum requirement to allow these projects to proceed despite those changing economic and funding conditions. The city does remain a minor contributor in terms of funding to social housing. We primarily use our regulatory tools to enable it. But again, as mentioned, there is the opportunity with partnerships to deepen that affordability. With, fully 64% of units renting at or below hills above that 30% requirement. A minority of projects are expected to be supportive. The majority of them will be mixed income, but for those supportive housing projects, there is the opportunity for an operation management plan that can lay out how operators will address community safety concerns, as well as work with community to address any issues that might arise. In terms of community input, it is true we are shifting development processes to be more outright in efforts to speed up housing delivery. However, community input will continue to be sought at the strategic and policy level through a public hearing such as this one to help shape future directions in the city. Neighbors, again, will continue to get those postcard notifications through the development permit process and have the opportunity to comment on proposals going forward under this initiative. For infrastructure, new social housing projects are required to provide any needed on-site infrastructure upgrades, as well as provide for indoor and outdoor amenity spaces for residents. And we have engaged with our engineering department to confirm that given the moderate anticipated uptake of projects per year, there really isn't a concern that the volume of new residents will negatively impact the existing infrastructure capacity at that broader scale. Citywide, regular assessment of services and infrastructure capacity is done, and there is the opportunity to address those needs through processes like the capital planning process. So to conclude the presentation and summarize the recommendations before council, this initiative recommends amendments to the zoning and development bylaw to allow nonprofit, cooperative, and government-owned social housing projects to be built in specified areas under a development permit process. It also proposes a new social housing rezoning policy to enable consideration through rezoning of large and unique projects which don't fit into that standard zoning. The proposal works towards multiple objectives, including making social housing projects shovel-ready to meet construction deadlines and access current senior government funding opportunities, to deliver on city, provincial, and federal housing targets, and to significantly grow the stock of affordable homes to meet the growing need. It streamlines and simplifies city development processes and regulations so these affordable homes can be occupied faster and for less cost. And finally, to implement alongside other initiatives, Vancouver Plan's long-term land use strategy and equitable housing and complete community objectives. So that concludes the presentation. The staff team here is here to answer any questions. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. Very comprehensive presentation. Okay, please note that the applicant for this item is the GM of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability. With that, does the applicant or their designate have any additional comments?
No, we do not.
Okay, I know it kind of a silly question, but I always have to ask it. It's a formality. Okay, are there any questions from council to the team or the applicant? And yes, there are. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Great, thank you. And yeah, thank you for that comprehensive presentation. And I want to run a couple of just really general explainer questions because I know that this is of interest to a lot of folks. So I was hoping that I could get, you know, a social housing versus supportive housing explainer a little bit, especially given that supportive housing was mentioned in one of those last slides. Now I'm familiar, but could you just kind of explain the distinction here on like what social housing is versus what supportive housing is? And I think there's some suggestion in the public that they are the same thing, which they are not.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. Yes, so social housing and supportive housing both provide subsidized below-market rents. The difference with supportive housing is that it provides wraparound supports in addition to housing. This is a wide variety, right? It can be anything from senior supportive housing, home care, it can be laundry services, all the way to mental health supports, but also things like employment training and programming like that. Supportive housing can be delivered in a number of different ways as well. It could be in a standalone building. It can also be only a few units scattered throughout apartments in the city. And that's the primary difference. It's social housing, they're all subsidized below market, but the supportive housing has those additional supports. And again, it's a very wide range depending on the needs of the people being housed there.
Right. And I'm just asking that really for the public clarification and recognizing that even though you indicated you didn't think there would be the massive sweeping rezoning of supportive housing that's been suggested, or sorry, social housing, even less of that would be supportive housing. I just want to get that kind of on record. Now, as far as the hills rate, can you explain what hills is currently, and will these be 30% below hills, at or below hills, in perpetuity for the 60 years of the building, regardless of tenant turnover? How would that work?
Yeah, so hills are set by the province, and they represent a maximum income that a household can earn in order to qualify to live in social housing. So that is a maximum. What we see for actual rents are anything below that. For example, the maximum income for a one-bedroom unit currently is $58,000. That translates, if you're paying 30% of that, into about $1,400 a month, and then anything below that. So that's what hills are, and they're adjusted depending on income seen in the community. In terms of, they are secured through legal agreements, so those rent geared to income rates are secured through legal agreements for the life of the building. They do not increase or change.
Perfect. Thank you. And last sort of really sort of explainer question from me. As far as approvals on these, they're obviously not coming to rezoning. They are going to DP. We've talked in the past about some of these having a discretionary element coming through council. Will any of these have the potential to have a council review or not?
So development permits will not typically go to council. They would just be approved at the staff level, as provided they meet the zoning requirements. There is provisions in the charter for the director of planning in unique circumstances to refer a development permit to the development permit board for review, but they wouldn't come to city council.
Okay, at all. Okay. That's helpful. I was of the impression we were going to be receiving some potentially, but okay. Lastly, on the two carve outs, and I do recognize the complexity with Champlain Heights and the forest trail network, and indeed I was quite interested in preserving that forest trail network. I'm curious what that looks like in Shaughnessy, because Shaughnessy is quite a bit bigger and perhaps less complex in the natural area preservation context. What are the opportunities for social housing within First Shaughnessy, if any? And thinking along, the arterials as well, like Granville, Arbutus, 16th, King Ed.
Thank you, Councillor. I'm just going to also add to my last answer to your development permit process. So council will be required to approve the housing agreement that is associated as a condition of the development permit, and that includes the affordability requirements. So apologies, the housing agreement will continue to be approved by council.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. That was okay.
Great. Sorry, I'm right at time. Councillor Meisner.
Thanks for the presentation and all the work on this. My first question was around the original motion. I was just taking a look at it, and I do recall it when it came to council was early in our term. It called for 12 stories, so I'm wondering if you can expand on why we're proposing up to 20 stories now. That seems like a pretty substantial difference.
Yes, fully acknowledge that. What happened was, so council received the direction in 2022, and since then, things have changed in terms of, cost of construction. It's up by about 40% for both wood frame and concrete. There's new funding programs available, and we've been looking at social housing projects that have come in and are in the pipeline, and they seem to be hitting those 18 to 20 stories, 15 to 20 story range. And so we wanted to kind of meet the moment and provide that more generous height to enable kind of a variety of the social housing projects to come forward. A lot of these projects are looking to be self-sustaining into the future, so they're looking to balance those deeply affordable units with enough sort of below market, low end of markets to sort of do that cross subsidy. So for towers, it's resulting in, we're seeing just higher tower buildings. So that informed the proposal.
And am I correct that 70% of these buildings theoretically could be rented at market rates?
Yeah, they could be up to market and then low end of market as well. The city only secures the hills requirement for 30% of the units.
Yeah, I've just got limited time, so I'm just going to go through the questions here. Okay, I was wondering about how many properties are or could be rezoned if this was to be approved tonight. What's the number of lots?
Yeah, so we actually, we are not rezoning any properties. The existing zoning will remain because it is enabled through the relaxation power, but that relaxation will impact about 53,000 residential parcels.
Wow, okay, 53,000. That's a lot. I'm wondering about Knight Street. I noticed in the map that it's left out, and I was wondering why that was. It's curious to see Dunbar Street, for example, included, but Knight Street not included, and I was just wondering why that would be.
I think it's because we follow the Vancouver Plan land use strategy. So in addition to the neighborhood centers and the villages, there's also what we call rapid transit areas that are even scheduled for even more intense development. I'll double check the map, but I anticipate we follow the neighborhood centers, which doesn't actually cover every commercial street, only ones of a certain size.
Okay, okay. The areas in West Point Grey, for example, is that primarily because of the anticipation of the extension of the Broadway line, UBCX? Was that part of the rationale for including some of those, I think pretty predominantly single-family streets? I'm quite surprised to see 20 stories proposed that far west.
Yes, so the UBCX wasn't factored in for Vancouver Plan. It was identified as a neighborhood center because of existing retail, commercial, and transit access, primarily along West 4th. You'll see those kind of pockets of service and commercial hubs.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, I might come back on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Orr.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot for you answered a lot of my questions. Been reading some articles online, and it sounds a lot more scary than it actually is. It sounds really quite reasonable and well thought out. And Councillor Fry asked a bunch of my questions too. But just to say, like, just looking at the the hills and the 30% hills, we just want to sort of get it really clear that this is just the bare minimum, right? And like, if people are really worried about affordability, it's like, like, I'm all for social housing, but this isn't really social housing, and but this is just the bare minimum. We're seeing up to 64% with the right funding streams from federal governments, right? So just wanted to get that clear. That's correct, right? It's just the bare minimum.
That's correct, Councillor. We set the minimum at kind of to try and right-size the city's requirement in terms of our role in this process. So we set the minimum requirements, and it lets projects proceed despite changing conditions. As mentioned, with senior government funding, we can see much deeper levels. So for example, the affordability requirement for a project that receives community housing fund dollars from the province, the breakdown is 20% at Shelter, 50% at Hills, and 30% at low end of market.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was going to ask that next. Was the community housing fund targets, and that's only if it's a provincial, and the federal targets are way less stringent, right? Like in terms of those particular targets, in terms of deeper affordability.
Yeah, it really depends on which funding program you get, right? I think you're generally correct. The community housing fund is pretty deep affordability. Some of the federal programs, they do also target deep affordability, but there's other ones that are targeted even for market rental, but also for just below market rental as well.
Mm-hmm. Like, my first concern also is just like, what if we kind of follow like downtown east side models where we're doing 20% at Shelter rate, but what would you say to that in terms of if that was the council direction to do 20%? What would that mean for the viability of projects or those accessing those funding streams, that type of thing?
It's difficult to say exactly for each project, but I do think it would create some challenges for projects to proceed. If we set the affordability level too high at the approvals point, normally senior government comes in after the zoning is in place and after the approval happens. So it could prevent some from going forward to that stage. So I think that's why we tried to balance, a minimum affordability with the ability for the project to go forward and get more funding and then deepen it later.
So it's really about time, really about like sort of speeding that process up and getting it to that shovel ready stage so we can get these streams. Okay. And then I guess next, I think Councillor Fry asked this, but maybe a little more detail about the carve out in Shaughnessy and what that looks like. Yeah, I know the housing minister used to sit on this council and proposed unlocking Shaughnessy, and that was how does that compare?
Yeah, so when we looked deeply at Shaughnessy, it is a kind of strange area. There's lots of these kind of curvilinear streets. About 43% of the parcels don't have back lanes. And so it's just and there's, a lot of protected heritage properties. So we just felt in the time we had for this project, it's a citywide focus. We didn't have the time to kind of give it, the nuance that it needed. So we opted for allowing tower forms through rezoning following the R5 district schedule, recognizing that in future, more comprehensive planning exercises around neighborhood centers, there is still the opportunity to go in and look at outright processes as well as adding different uses to this area.
Excellent. So in the future, we could sort of revisit that and look at excellent. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. And then just sort of maybe a little bit more on the fears around like the consultation. You did say people are going to get postcards and they're going to be able to you'd submit comments. I think there's a fear that kind of falls on deaf ears sometimes. Like well, great, I fill out a postcard and it just goes into the ether and no one really cares. I think there's that sense out there in the public right now. Can you speak to that?
Yes, for sure understand that frustration. Just to be very clear, so at the development permit stage, it's much more strict in terms of what the design of the building has to be. So as long as a proposal meets that criteria, it can proceed. It's not a basis to reject it. So for example, if someone were to say at a development permit, I don't think a tower is appropriate here, but a tower is enabled, then that is not a grounds to reject the proposal. If, however, they have more nuanced comments around shaping the building, around landscaping, around design, those can and will be incorporated into the final proposal.
Solar access and
Exactly, yeah.
laneway parking, the things like that. Those would be included. Those comments would be taken on board.
Yes, and we would apply things like the solar access guidelines to all these proposals as well.
Excellent. I think that's my time.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Just a few questions. A number of my questions were asked by Councillor Fry. I just on when it talks about relaxation for social housing, future state villages, there's an image and it shows that in existing shopping areas, buildings will be required to provide ground floor commercial uses. Can I just clarify that that includes social housing?
Yes, it does. So if
Can
a
we
social,
Mhm.
sorry, just to clarify, yeah, if a social housing project were proposed within an existing commercial area, they would have to provide all of the ground floor as non-residential space.
Have we contemplated, given the neighborhood constructs of like the villages and the various areas would benefit from a particular type of retail that has high employment and high foot traffic, like cafes or independent stores, things like that. And given that the nature of the building itself is non-market housing, has there been any discussion in terms of targeting the policy to get a certain type of commercial use in the street level space within these developments, as opposed to, let's say, nothing against dentist office, but something that doesn't have very high foot traffic or much economic benefit to the broader community?
Thanks for the question. So because these proposals would have to meet the requirements in the R3 and the R5 district schedule, in each of those schedules, there's a table that is a table of permitted uses. And so in that table, it outlines all of the different non-residential uses that can be allowed and that qualify under that zoning. So we don't target it particularly to say it must be a cafe. It could be a cafe, like you said, it could be an office, it could be a social service space, it could be anything that's in that use list.
Okay, could that be circulated, that table in the R3 zoning?
Yes, I believe my colleagues can circulate it to council, so you can look.
Oh, okay, great. Just moving on and looking at our existing program. So the short program is, in theory, a fast track program for non-market housing. With the social housing, if this policy didn't come forward, does the social housing contemplated in this policy qualify for the short program?
Yeah, so the short program will continue, and that's where staff tries to expedite nonprofit and social housing programs. So in this proposal, if it's approved and a project goes through development permit, it won't be needed because they will skip the rezoning altogether. But under the rezoning policy, yes, any of the social housing projects that go through that would continue to be eligible for short, which is that expedited process.
And is it expedited after staff have reviewed and approved the application enough to get it to a public hearing? Is it expedited to actually be heard at a public hearing? Or is it just the process by which staff review the application?
I believe it's both. So the timing that staff target when reviewing and getting back to the applicant and then moving it to public hearing is targeted to be shorter than what we would expect for, say, a typical condo project.
Okay, do we have a sense of how long that is right now, just average?
I might have to get back to you, Counselor. I'm just
Okay,
going to
I'm happy
confirm.
to get that answer after speakers. Could you just lay out for me, and I think for the public, how does the construct of the social housing with the 70% market and 30% non-market, but wholly owned by a not-for-profit, how does the affordability over time, how is it impacted? How is the affordability over time impacted, and particularly on the market portion of the units?
So in a project, as mentioned, we would secure the 30% at the hills. The units that are kind of below market, low end of market, they can fluctuate over time depending on the resident because we don't have income limits there. If, however, more of those units are under different funding agreements with senior levels of government, then they would also have income limits. So it really depends.
So just in the rest of my time, sorry to cut you off, have we contemplated some element of holding rents with the rent tied to the unit in these particular buildings to ensure that the deepest amount of affordability is maintained over the longest
Councillor,
period
I'm
of
sorry,
time?
you're at time. That's 5 minutes.
Okay.
Great. Councillor Joe?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. So thanks for the presentation. So just to follow up Councillor Fry's question regarding the social housing, I think I understand the definition of social housing and the supportive housing, but I think there's a broader concept of social housing which is on the slide 10. Very clear. Social housing also includes supportive housing, co-op housing, and also social housing, right? So for this policy, are we talking about the broader concept of social housing or the small social housing category? Just want to clarify that.
Yeah, of course. So under this, all three of those types would be allowed, social housing, supportive housing, and nonprofit co-op housing.
Okay, so in theory, we can build 20-story supportive housing in the area that are allowed.
Yes, in theory.
All right, thanks. The other questions, I think you mentioned 56% of the residential parcel will be affected. Do we know how many will be 6 stories, how many will be 20 stories?
Yes, one moment.
Yeah, sure, thanks. And what is how many parcels?
Apologies for the delay. So in the village areas, the number would be about 17,000. In the neighborhood centers, it's about 33,000. And then within that, the mixed-use areas in villages, it's about 245. In the mixed-use neighborhood centers, it's about 2,000.
Okay, so it's about 50% will be eligible for 20 stories, something like that.
It's 37% would be eligible for 20 stories, and 21% would be eligible for 6 stories. Though within the towers, there's also the allowance. You could also build a 6-story within the tower area as well.
Okay, for the 20 stories, how many parcels?
The towers, it's about 17,347 to be exact.
Thank you. All right, so the
Oh,
other
wait, sorry, you said towers, right? Sorry, it's 33,050.
33,050, okay. Parcels, yeah.
Yeah, parcels.
Thank you. And that's 37% of all those eligible parcels in Vancouver.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Wow, okay. The other question is, you mentioned we project, we're gonna have 10 project per year. How many 6 stories, how many 20 stories, how many towers, how many floor rise? Yeah.
It's difficult to be that nuanced, but if you look back at kind of like the pipeline, what we've seen, it's almost 50-50, maybe leaning slightly towards the lower rise, but it's difficult to project into the future.
Thanks. Other questions, other city policies like shadowing, tower separation still apply in those cases?
Yes, they do.
Okay. So like if there's a park there, you wouldn't be allowed to build a 20-story social housing building right next to the park.
No, it would be constrained by that. Like, it would not be able to fully shadow. There is a case by case, we could consider very minor shadowing from social housing buildings, but not major incursions.
Major, okay. Thank you. The other last question is, let me see. Okay, about the Broadway plan, we just combine the DP and BP, remove the rezoning if they are comply with the Broadway plan. So that includes social housing there as well, right?
Yes.
Okay, so basically this policy has no impact on the social housing on Broadway.
No, Broadway isn't included in this proposal.
Okay, how many social housing units are we expecting for Broadway? Do we know?
I think we'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question.
Thank you,
Thanks, Mayor.
Councillor. Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, and thank you, staff, for this presentation and the work leading up to it. So, just so I'm the 20-story social housing towers being permitted in neighborhood centers, not requiring rezoning. So, to be clear, that means that a 20-story tower may go to the neighborhood, any of the neighborhood designated neighborhood centers today without any change requirement, or is this something that we're still yet to vote upon?
This is the proposal before council. So right now, social housing is only allowed through rezoning in these areas, but through this proposal, it would be through a development permit.
Okay, but the 20-story form is currently allowed in neighborhood centers?
Through rezoning, it's the interim rezoning policy is actually quite high level, so it sort of was a holding policy to allow us to do more detailed planning work, which we've now done through this proposed social housing rezoning policy. But technically, because there isn't any, we would take guidance from whatever policy is available, including a Vancouver plan.
Okay. So with this density, how does the city have? I saw your illustrations and some of them showing things spread out. But how will the city prevent towers from overwhelming lower density neighborhoods, of which represents most of the city there?
I think because this proposal is only for social housing, and I just want to emphasize it's very, very difficult to build social housing. As mentioned, nonprofits don't typically have the money to kind of buy up, 5 multi-million-dollar single-family homes to build a project. The biggest opportunity is on existing non-market housing. Potentially, if you had a low-rise apartment and maybe like one house to get to the corner, you might be able to purchase that strategic acquisition and then do your tower. So that's one way that we would limit the volume going through. The other one, I think, is through the R5 district schedule. So there, you can't just build a tower on any site. There are minimum frontages required. The site has to be big enough in order to accommodate all the setbacks that are required. So it's not that you could build it on a single family lot, for example.
Okay.
So I think those two together would work to not create the opportunity for the type of development you'd see in Broadway.
Thanks. So are there going to be any design safeguards around setbacks and shadowing and landscaping that will be enforced to ensure livability remains in these communities?
Yes, so for the towers, they will follow the recently approved R5 district schedule, and that contains the things that I just mentioned, like the required setbacks, the podium heights, and then also we would apply the recently approved citywide design guidelines, and that provides further nuance for things like the landscaping, the public open space on large sites, et cetera.
Thanks very much. So 3 years ago, when this was being discussed, it was in the 12 to 18 story range. It's now 20. What prevents it by the time a lot of these projects go to shovels in the ground that it's 24 or even higher?
So the trade-off between the difference between rezoning and development permit is you are restricted by what's in the district schedule. So if you look in Appendix A, under that Section 10 relaxation, we set a specific 69-meter height, and that's what it is. So there isn't the opportunity, like through rezoning, to do that more negotiated approach. So that's the maximum.
Okay. We know that there's a lot of pressure on our schools, transit, and other amenities in our neighborhoods. Presumably that these projects will not contribute anything in terms of any capital investment for replacement or expansion of community amenity. That's not attached typically to a social housing, correct?
Correct. We exempt them from things like DCLs.
Okay. And I realize that this, really talks about being able to move directly to the development process. What kind of cost savings are we talking about? I think you probably tried to describe that, but maybe in short, what kind of cost savings are we really talking about? Is that we're making such a very broad change to our city's plan?
We did put this to an external consultant during the R3 and R5 district schedule development. It's actually very difficult to do a quantified hard cost on what the cost savings would be. Primarily what you find in savings is through expedited certainty and timing. So pre-development costs that you might spend on an application for rezoning or iterations thereof or studies, those are
5%,
saved.
maybe 2%, 3%, any kind of rough ballpark? I got 3 seconds.
Sorry?
Don't know?
We could say up to $500,000 is one that that has been quoted to me by a
Sorry,
Thank you very
nonprofit.
time. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to follow up on some of the other lines of questioning because I'm just trying to get my head around kind of the paradigm and the logic of where we are. So if maybe I can sort of frame my questions this way. It seems like we're dealing with two kind of important commodities. One is time and one is money or affordability. The affordability is controlled predominantly by investment from senior levels of government, and the time piece is the one that theoretically seems to be the driver for this plan that would provide a savings. Can you kind of get my head around the logic of such a widespread relaxation for 53,000 parcels? If you're expecting 10 projects a year, why would we, to the earlier questions, not put our effort, if we control time in the process, into something like the short program or prioritizing getting those 10 projects a year through as quickly as possible, which seems to be a very defined problem, to zero in on shortening that time versus such a widespread approach to 53,000 parcels in the city of Vancouver?
I think the benefit would be by approving this at public hearing now, you would put in place a straight to development permit process for those 53,000 parcels, which means that any nonprofit project in that area can go to development permit. So we wouldn't have to apply the short program, which we use for rezoning.
I understand that, but if you're talking about a finite, you're saying that the orders of magnitude of the numbers are quite striking in terms of the sheer breadth of changes in relaxations and allowances relative to the number of projects that staff are purporting they would see coming forward, which seems a very infinitely defined and small number to manage to expedite through the process. Was there consideration given to that?
Hi, councillors. Dan Garrison, just jumping up to help. Right now in the rezoning, in the short program, we're at about 39 weeks or just over 9 months for rezoning through the short program. And then about 16 weeks for a development permit. So even with sort of trying to reduce the length of time for rezoning, it's still, as we've said about other types of housing, the most effective way to improve the timeline is to sort of eliminate sort of portions of it, and this is the way to do that. So that's what's leading to the proposal. I think one of the key reasons why we're looking at this right now is, and the relationship to affordability and the money involved in delivering the housing, is the relationship to federal and provincial funding programs that we just saw the other day. The framework for the Build Canada Homes programs was released, and having projects that are shovel ready within a year looks like it's going to be a major criteria for the Build Canada Homes program.
But doesn't
It's just not possible to do that through rezoning.
Okay, so where are I mean, we do have the ability as well to advocate, to look at our rezoning processes and to advocate for changes around those. So where is the time and the holdup? And like, I'm looking at this, if you're trying to solve for time relative to the impact you're going to have on sort of a wide sweeping amount of the city, and we are implementing a lot of change in the city with the Broadway plan and everything else, like have we actually compared and contrasted options? Because we did start with a proposal, as was mentioned and brought up in questions, of 12 stories. And we've seen by the information staff have presented, the public engagement has diminished as we go through phases and as the height and the volume has grown. So as opposed to sort of doggedly pursuing this, I guess I'm asking, have staff looked at an alternative and done analysis about how we can bring that time down, or look at potential options for relaxation around the rezoning process for those projects as they come forward, if that requires advocacy or regulatory changes with senior governments? Did we work the problem another way?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good question. We're always looking at trying to improve and reduce the length of time it takes us to get through those processes. And of course, it's been a priority of council and for staff over the last term to do that. So we certainly are looking at that. It wasn't part of this process. This process was responding to a desire to see a sort of zoning amendment to go straight to DP. That said, I appreciate the comment about we did certainly hear public feedback around concerns around towers. So I think the questions you're asking are certainly legitimate questions at the point we're at in the process.
Okay, and so there could potentially be alternatives. Okay, I think that's my time. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Dominato. Councillor?
Sorry, my apologies. Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm wondering if staff could just expand on the current context, just refresh for me and for council, is with the Vancouver plan in place and the villages and the neighborhood centers, what is the upwards height maximum allowable through rezoning in the villages and in the neighborhood centers?
So the village's planning program is currently underway, so there isn't a policy per se for that yet, but the direction is 6 stories. In the neighborhood centers, as mentioned, Vancouver Plan contemplates about 12 stories for condos and other market projects. The neighborhood centers planning hasn't started yet. No doubt that will be looked at in more detail when that does come forward.
Okay, and for the beyond the neighborhood, so for the neighborhood centers, beyond the 12 stories for condos that's contemplated, is what else is contemplated for the neighborhood centers in the Vancouver plan, just to use that as the reference point?
Sure. So neighborhood centers are kind of those areas where we want to see greater housing choice, more buildup of employment opportunities, local services, retails, kind of to create those sort of hubs for folks, to putting folks near rapid transit and bus services and daily needs, kind of working towards that complete communities vision, as well as the climate-friendly communities where people can get out of their cars, they can walk, they can access their daily needs right in their own neighborhood.
Okay, but you, sorry to be more specific, is you have right now contemplated 12 stories for condos, but any other height contemplations for other forms of tenure?
Sorry, for market rental, are you interested in?
Market rental, social housing. I'm trying to get back to sort of the Vancouver plan and what's contemplated in there as it's being developed, because we're moving to an ODP, and I'll get to my question there if I have time.
Yeah, Councillor Dominato, Josh White here. Just for clarity, yeah, the Vancouver plan lays out in its land use framework the general height and scale that we would anticipate within those neighborhood types, villages and neighborhood centers. Neighborhood centers are kind of more in that mid or kind of low high-rise scale, and some of that will vary depending on if it's market housing. Typically, we give things like incentives for extra height for mass timber and social housing. And so this is a reflection of that sort of general scale. That said, that detailed holistic work around neighborhood centers has yet to come. We're using the framework of Vancouver Plan to shape this proposal related to social housing. And just, I will note as well, you referenced rezoning policy. We don't have yet, for example, neighborhood center specific rezoning policy. And our general approach going forward, and has been of late, is when we do area planning, whether it's villages, neighborhood centers, Rupert Renfrew, Broadway plan, is to move away from rezoning policies and move towards city initiated rezoning to match the zoning on the ground to what the policy says. And that is part of that change for market housing. And this approach around social housing is also leaning into that approach of as of right zoning. And arguably, social housing is the type of housing that needs that most, especially because of how it's funded.
I guess what I'm not clear on is how this. It feels like maybe it's the cart before the horse then. So if you're saying, yes, we're still shaping the neighborhood centers concept for the Vancouver plan, and we're contemplating 12-story condos, but we're, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, but that's what I'm hearing.
No, I understand what you're saying. Like we're using the Vancouver plan framework for many types of decisions that we're taking in terms of land use and the future of development in the city. We've used the Vancouver plan neighborhood types to help shape this particular initiative. Villages as a planning program is well underway. That's the holistic planning program related to villages that will come to council shortly. We anticipate the neighborhood center planning across the city more holistically as well, starting in about 2027, which would be our anticipated timeline for working at. We are responding to council direction for social housing initiative as a key priority and a Vancouver plan implementation initiative. And that's what you're seeing in front of you today.
Okay, thank you. Mayor, I'd like to move for a second round of questions at this time before I run out of time.
Sure. Seconder, any discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed, say nay.
Aye. Thank
Great,
you.
we
I'll
will
keep
have a
going
second
with my
round.
questions.
Thank you.
Just, can I ask staff about the, with the movement to a Vancouver ODP, can you speak to, in the future, if we get to a Vancouver ODP, what the requirements will be for rezonings,
Sorry.
if any?
Counselor, you're out of time on this round.
Okay,
I'm
I'll bring
sorry.
it up, and
Great.
I've got a couple more questions.
Yep.
We'll go back on the queue. Thanks.
Thank you. Counselor Montague.
Yeah, thanks. Councillor Dominato and Kirby Young were asking a lot of the questions that were sort of along my line, and I'd actually like to hear the answer to Councillor Dominato's last question.
Yes, so the Vancouver ODP isn't an enabling policy, so it's not like a rezoning policy. It's merely sort of translating the Vancouver Plan land use strategy into the ODP, and it will be initiatives like this one, like villages planning, like neighborhood center planning, which would then bring forward the zoning changes and the new policies that would then implement it.
Okay. And I think
Sorry, Councillor Montague, I'll just add further clarity. And one of the process implications of the Vancouver Plan ODP, once it's in place, is that, for instance, if a rezoning comes forward that's compliant and is over 50% residential with the ODP, in those instances, there is no public hearing. That's part of the process implications that'll happen post ODP adoption. So just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I guess I just have one more clarifying question, and it's, are you able to just highlight for me the differences between phase 1 and phase 2 of the public engagements?
Sure. So the phase 1 was a more high level approach, right? So we put together kind of our initial thinking, and then we kind of put it out there to say, hey, what do you think? And then we use the feedback from that, and along with additional work, to kind of refine it and then bring forward things that were a bit more detailed in some areas, and then also we revised some of our initial proposals. Like that's where we saw the changes in the size of the villages, the size of the neighborhood centers, as well as heights and densities.
Okay, so a general idea that went to a more specific plan flipped public support from 60% to 20%?
I think it depends on like who engages, right? So the first proposal, for example, said 6 stories in villages, about 5.5 and 18 stories in neighborhood centers. We included for Shaughnessy, we included Champlain Heights. Then when we heard from the public and we did more work, we made the changes like we mentioned, where we removed Champlain Heights, we removed Shaughnessy. We bumped the height up to 20 stories and 6 FSR, and we expanded some of the village areas. So both proposals had details, but we did change based on what we heard.
But that most recent engagement, though, was only a 20% supportive. Is that correct? Positive, 20% positive?
It was 30% supportive and about 60% in phase 2, are you referring to?
Phase 2, yes.
Okay. Sorry, one moment.
Trying to find the numbers myself again. Yeah, phase 2, I see just a 20% positive support, public support. Is that correct?
I believe so. Apologies.
Okay, no, I think that's, I did find the,
Oh, yeah, so sorry, phase 2, 20% were supportive, 23% were mixed and neutral, 57% were negative.
thank you, that's all my questions, Mayor.
Great, thank you, Councillor Maloney.
Thank you very much. How would passing these recommendations affect the city's chances of becoming eligible for senior government funding, especially federal government funding? Could you elaborate on that, please?
So I think that this proposal gives individual projects, including projects on city land and also nonprofit projects in Vancouver, a bit of an edge because all of these funding programs are typically competitive, right? It's an RFP that's issued. We ourselves, as well as nonprofits, have to apply and show how we meet the criteria that's laid out. As Dan mentioned, an example could be for Build Canada Homes. They want a project that's ready to construct in 12 months. So that would count towards whether the project gets, priority or awarded the funding.
Okay. I'm hearing some concern in the questions from my colleagues that this might open the floodgates, but I see you've got a slide that indicates that your anticipated uptake on this is only about 10 projects citywide per year, mix of 6 stories and tower forms. Could you just elaborate on the type of factors that are likely to make the pace of change slow, like land costs, minimum frontages? I mean, realistically, what is the likely pickup rate going to be?
Yeah, we estimated that based on, like I mentioned, previous developments, the pipeline, what we're hearing from the nonprofit sector in terms of how easy it is to access funding, because really that is what is driving it, right? Nonprofits are very challenged right now. If market projects are challenged, you can assume nonprofit projects are even more challenged. So that's why we say this proposal is not necessarily to kind of greatly increase the number, although hopefully in the future we will see more. It's more to help projects that are trying to go forward now get there faster and be funded.
I just wanted to add, Councillor Maloney, part of the rationale behind applying with broad geographic kind of universality is that the aggregate impact of projects across the whole city can be sufficient and hopefully marginally increase over time to meet our housing targets. But the utility of having it citywide is the impact on any one given area or street. We've tended to concentrate these uses in very small geographic areas, which has some challenges. By having that more universal approach, you might see one project every number of years in a full neighborhood over the fullness of time. So it helps sort of create a rate limiter to the sort of local impact of what this type of housing could have. You're not going to see a big rush in any one given area in the city.
Okay, and Josh, also so this is more likely to help provide more deeply affordable housing spread across different neighbourhoods. So maybe seniors who can't handle the stairs in their single family homes anymore, and they might be able to have more housing options that are accessible in their neighbourhood. Families might be able to live closer to their grandparents or their parents. Younger people might have more affordable housing options because of the increased housing availability.
That's right. And that's true, of course, of non-market housing like this and providing choice of different housing types and tenures. That's the vision of a Vancouver plan is across more of the city of Vancouver. People have the choice of more types of housing, not market and non-market within their neighborhood, or different types of forms of housing that are appropriate to their life stage, for instance.
Thanks very much. I'll leave it for now. For now.
Thank you very much. Okay, so so what share of social housing does Vancouver already accommodate in comparison to other municipalities, like ballpark?
I believe if you are referring to kind of Metro Vancouver versus Vancouver, I believe we have about 50% of non-market housing in Vancouver in Metro area.
So we pick up half of the entire region.
Yeah, I believe it's around there.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand this. And correct me if I'm wrong here. So I heard that up to 70% of a 20-story tower is at market rate. So is this normal that market would go straight to DP?
It is becoming more normal. So, for example, this is what was done in Broadway Plan to enable, market housing through DP, aligned with kind of that citywide effort to streamline and speed up the development process.
Okay, and then did I hear that 20-story towers in single-family neighborhoods won't really affect any sort of current sewer or road infrastructure?
That's correct, but it's mainly because we are of the anticipated uptake. Obviously, if we were to see development at a scale like in Broadway, it would impact, but because these are social housing buildings and we don't anticipate that level, then
Okay, so I'm just trying to balance that. I think you answered the question, but I'm just trying to get my head around it. So there's roughly, what, 53,000 lots across the city that we're talking about. Sure, there's,
Yeah, maybe I could jump in a little bit on the infrastructure piece. One of the moves from our engineering colleagues
Yeah.
recently is we've found one of the big infrastructure constraints we've tended to have that produces a lot of, for example, conditions of development are related to sewer. And we have a combined sewer system up to that 7 FSR level across the city, market, non-market, otherwise. Part of the reason we're able to move straight to DP processes, whether they're market or non-market, and that's the move we're trying to do, is that we're able to manage a sewer capacity through on-site retention things. That was a change to the VBBL that recently came to council, and that's reducing our risk and helping manage our infrastructure capacity for developments in neighborhoods across Vancouver.
So I'm just processing that for a sec. Okay, so why not work within the approved Vancouver plan so that there's certainty in terms of locations? Like, why would we just sort of, and I say this respectfully, why would we just open the barn doors across the city per se?
So the zoning map does attempt to follow Vancouver Plan. The identified neighborhood centers in Vancouver Plan are roughly a 400 to 600 meter radius around those existing commercial, transit, and service hubs. So we do recognize, it is a big change, right? And when you look at the map, it can be overwhelming. So we did try and shrink those to be just within the 400 meter radius from those service hubs. It's a bit more generous in more intense commercial areas, like, for example, along Kingsway. But that was the direction that we tried to follow when coming up with the zoning map in the referral report.
Thanks. That's all I have for now. Councillor Dominato.
Yes, thank you. I would just want to circle back to the question I asked about the in the future, if we have no DP in place. I heard Josh, you said that with if we had an ODP in place and we had applications, rezoning applications that were compliant, then there would be no public hearing and they would go straight to DP. Is that correct?
No, sorry, I should be
Okay.
clear. If it's a project that's going through a rezoning, not a straight to DP project, if it's 50% residential and compliant with the ODP, it doesn't have a public hearing. It still goes to a council decision, but it's not a public hearing. So sorry if I misspoke earlier.
No, no, you did not. I think I just misunderstood. So, okay, so it would still come to council, just not in a public hearing format.
Correct.
Okay, and then there was a couple of points raised that we anticipate that it would be possibly 10 projects per year. It was referenced at 53,000 parcels impacted. I'm just curious, looking at slide, it doesn't have a slide number, okay. The slide where it talks about the priority for these requirements would be nonprofit or government public ownership. Do we have a sense of the 53,000 parcels, how many are actually held by nonprofit or public ownership?
Yes, if you look at the slide that shows existing non-market sites, it kind of gives a pretty good idea. It's about 600 properties. All of the dots represent existing social housing projects.
But those are existing social housing buildings, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
But I think my question is, existing ownership, that would be government ownership or nonprofit ownership, public ownership, that's within the potential rezoned parcels that we're talking about today.
I understand.
Where there's no building,
Yeah.
so where there's no new development at this time, but it might be contemplated by a nonprofit. Like I know a number of nonprofits do have properties, and so I'm just curious, do we have a sense of how many?
Yeah, thank you for the clarity, Councillor. So I would just say in Vancouver, there aren't really sites that don't have anything on them. There is something. So within the city's portfolio, we have divided our properties into the Property Endowment Fund and the Vancouver Affordable Housing Endowment Fund. So under the current structure, the projects where we would look to add affordable housing under this initiative would be those existing non-profit, non-market projects in VAHEF. On the charitable nonprofit side, again, those projects on the screen show existing nonprofit projects, but I could also expand. For example, there are other charitable organizations like places of worship. I spoke to a couple folks who are ministers at churches in the city, and they were interested in this initiative because, their congregations are aging. They have, maybe a site with a large parking lot, but they don't use it. And so they're looking to redevelop, and they're thinking perhaps there's a chance to shrink the worship space and then integrate some social or affordable housing on their site. So those are also properties that could take advantage of this if it works out for them. If you're interested, I can have my colleagues maybe look and see the number of existing places of worship if that's helpful as well. It'll just take a moment.
Yeah, no, I wasn't just specifically talking about places of worship. I was trying to get more broadly at the number of publicly held properties or held by not-for-profits. It's okay. Well, I think I'll leave my questions there for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I just kind of want to go back to the sort of the expectation, of this sort of what feels like sort of boiling the ocean, maybe to try to get 10 glasses of desalinated water. But can we go kind of to the staff sort of predictions with respects to the number of projects that would come forward? I know there's an affordability component, but we've done some pretty major rezoning initiatives, such as the Broadway plan comes to mind. Before we rezone the Broadway plan, how many projects did we predict or expect, and how many are we actually getting in a year or coming in the pipeline?
Sorry, Councillor, just checking with my colleagues. So going back to in Broadway plan, we've seen 4 social housing projects come forward in that area to date.
I'm not asking about social, I'm asking about sort of what we projected in terms of projects overall, like in a sort of a similar large rezoning exercise and what we actually saw. How many did we predict in terms of projects coming forward annually, and what do we actually see?
Hi, Councillor. I'll try to help. This is just going off my memory. I know I just, in our most recent quarterly report, we identified 24,000 new dwelling units being proposed and in the pipeline in Broadway, just in the first couple of years. I can't remember exactly what we predicted, but I can clearly say that vastly outweighed what we predicted. I think the difference between that process and this is that process was, or the Broadway plan, of course, enables a range of development, including strata, market rental, and nonprofit housing, whereas this would be just focused on nonprofit housing and co-op housing. Yeah.
I understand that. If we did the same analogy to your point and went from the sort of the top of the funnel down into the social housing piece and what was enabled, what would we see in terms of numbers?
In terms of the proposal today, I think we aren't necessarily seeing that this will vastly increase the number of nonprofit housing projects moving forward, largely because there are other factors that restrict that, particularly access to capital and funding. So we think since the adoption of Housing Vancouver in 2017, we've seen about 10 projects a year. That may go up, not just as a result of this, but as a result of new federal and provincial funding programs, but we don't expect it to increase dramatically.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to leave it there for now. Thank you.
Councillor Klassen.
Thanks very much, Chair. So just hearing back, and it was actually in relation to some answers to questions from Councillor Kirby-Young earlier. I'm trying to figure out the best way to express this, but did I hear that the original motion and direction from council sort of set, in which was essentially to rezone 53,000 parcels across the city, drove the recommendations of this report? It seems to me that the way to achieve the goals, my other question is, could we have achieved the same outcomes in a more targeted fashion rather than, again, just taking every bit of property that was not available and change the zoning?
Hi, Councillor, thanks. I think staff's proposals tonight are responding to both the direction to look at zoning for non-market housing and also the relationship to the Vancouver plan. That was kind of the key piece for us and what pushed us in the direction. We did have discussions about geography, certainly, and what the geography should be. And because of council's interest in having this related to the land use strategy in the Vancouver plan, that's where the idea of doing villages at a village scale and neighborhood centers in relation to the neighborhood center scale came from.
Yeah, and having supported the neighborhood centers initiatives in the villages, I get that, and we hear that. But this sort of steps outside of essentially those boundaries. Yeah. Just at a general level, and I sort of, maybe Josh might know the answer just from the lens of looking at the whole country. Has there ever been a rezoning of this size in a major Canadian city?
R11 here. The last rezoning I did in the city of Calgary before departing for there was 270,000 parcels for a broad upzoning.
Okay.
And the comparator for Vancouver similarly would be the R11 rezoning, which comprised the vast majority of the city at that time.
Okay. And I know that Councillor Montague was asking a lot about the survey questions and how, in the end, a lot of them were not very supportive. How is it going to be possible for the city to convey to residents living on one of those 53,000 parcels across the city that their property won't see a large building right beside them?
So we can't guarantee to individual property owners what will happen on their next door neighbor. But I will say that if you live in an R11 zone, for example, there's a number of things that have to happen before that would happen. So your neighbor, if in a single family context, your 4 neighbors to your side would have to sell their sites to a nonprofit in order for a building to go up. So that's what would have to happen before change would happen beside you.
Okay. Those are my questions now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just, and I'm sorry if I missed this in the presentation, could you clarify if there's a tenant relocation policy as part of this proposal or that applies to existing buildings that may be rezoned as a result of this?
Yes, Councillor. The city's tenant relocation protection policy also applies to social housing and non-market projects.
Okay, and if it goes straight to DP, what's the process to verify that the TRPP has been upheld?
Yeah, so currently we actually, we're one of the few municipalities in the country that applies the TRP to both rezoning and development permit processes. So it's much the same for a development permit where we require a tenant relocation plan, which outlines individually which each unit, what each unit is entitled to. We use our ability to hold permits, so building permit, occupancy permit, to enforce those conditions so that tenants receive their assistance. I will say in a nonprofit context, we are pretty mission aligned with applicants. So we typically don't find issues working with nonprofits because they have a mandate to sort of look after their tenants and ensure that they find the housing they need, as well as have the opportunity to come back to the new development.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I think that other councillors were picking up on my initial question related to the short program, and I'm curious if there can just be further clarification around what are the restraints that may not be obvious to council with the short program in terms of focusing in on the, let's say, 10 applications a year that are sites that are quite likely already social housing anyways, and focus in on accelerating those, including faith-based organizations who, and that was part of the motion that I brought forward a couple of years ago that would fit into this category to basically work with and speed up that process for a social housing development as opposed to a blanket rezoning.
Yes, thanks for the question. So I would say, maybe I'll phrase it like this. So the short program was our first attempt through the rezoning to speed up the process, recognizing, as council's pointed out, that time is important for these projects. So right now we are targeting about 39 weeks for a rezoning under the short program. So that's been successful. We've seen it sped up. I would characterize this change as sort of the next iteration in that, right? Because as Dan mentioned, we can focus, and we have, on speeding up the existing process, but the next step would be to actually just remove part of the process altogether. So those 39 weeks would then go away completely. And so it would be even more sped up. So that's kind of how...
yeah, I guess I appreciate that. I guess just what's not clear is what happens in that 39 weeks that doesn't need to happen in order for this to go straight to DP, that we couldn't just streamline or abbreviate that process so that at least there is a certain amount of public hearing sort of framework and all the pieces that come with that, council input, asking questions, hearing from the applicant, understanding the housing agreement, hearing from the public, but shortening that length of time to get there.
Thank you for the clarification, Councillor. So I think there are some things that are kind of not able to change, right? Like the process of going to public hearing, for example. There are statutory requirements in terms of timing for notification, holding the public hearing, hearing from speakers. That can't really be shortened. Staff have been focused on sort of the application review period, right? Trying to turn around comments back to the applicant as quickly as possible, et cetera. So those are areas that we can and we are focusing on, if that helps to answer the question.
Yes, my last question, that does actually really help, so thank you. Was it contemplated by staff in an effort to both respond to the motion and also look at ways to fast track some of the social housing developments so that we don't lose that opportunity to identify which sites are already up for redevelopment and identify those as sort of the next iteration, as you put it, to the short program? By just identifying those sites, including faith-based organization sites, and sending them straight to DP? As opposed to the 56% of all properties that are included in this?
One of the outcomes of this proposal would be
And
to do that.
I'm sorry, we're at time. Okay, I have just a quick question here. So what other municipalities are doing something similar to this social housing initiative in the region, or throughout the country for that matter?
Thank you for the question. So we did a quick municipal scan. We've seen that Squamish, Victoria, Saanich, New Westminster, and I believe Surrey now have all passed zoning changes to allow non-market housing through development permit. Obviously, because they are smaller municipalities in Vancouver, the overall area is less, but they are moving in that direction. I've also...
Sorry, and is it just the certain parts of those municipalities, or is it across the entire municipality?
I think similar to us, they're also looking to focus new non-market housing through development permit around commercial areas, around transit, not just everywhere, in those areas that kind of make sense to, boost those hubs.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Councillor Maloney.
Thanks. Yeah, I'd really like to return to some of the information around the context, the wider context of our housing affordability crisis and the need for social housing. So could you elaborate on the gap between citywide average rent and incomes, and how that's changed over time, where that's heading?
I will say that the gap between income growth and rents has been kind of decoupled, right? We know that rents have been rising faster than incomes for the last, very many years. We are seeing some, with the addition, the efforts that the city has made to add rental, I think we've seen some decreases, not enough, obviously. I think it's best reflected in the census data, where we see that 73% of low-income renters still paid more than 30% of their income on rents. So if you look at the recent CMHC rental market inventory, right, if you look at newer buildings built 2015 plus, we're looking at, almost an average of $4,000 for a 3-bedroom unit, right? So that is something that I think the average income in the city of Vancouver, if you're a renter, is just really out of your reach, especially if you're a family.
And I've heard that, for example, less than 15% of our firefighters live in the city of Vancouver, and a similar number of police force employees. And what effect does that have on our city in case of a widespread emergency?
I think you have picked up on something that we are seeing as an issue, right? It's not, I think people have an image in their head that it's, seniors on fixed income that need social housing, folks who are experiencing homelessness, but increasingly we're seeing families, like you said, frontline workers, early childhood educators, looking at the incomes of social workers, for example. They would qualify for social housing, they would benefit from it. And we are hearing from employers like VGH saying it's actually very difficult to attract new nurses, for example, because they look around for housing and it's difficult, right? So yeah, I think it does impact our city because we want the people who are essential and who contribute, to the vibrancy, the safety of our city, to be able to live in the city. So.
And what are we hearing from the BIAs, the business community, about how easy it is to get low-wage employees into their businesses, find enough?
Yeah, I'll say that we didn't engage them for this initiative, but I would say my colleagues have spoken to them, and they echo kind of a similar issue, right? Especially if you're a retail worker, you're a barista, right? You're not earning much more than minimum wage, right? So they are also folks who could benefit from, we talk about this mixed income social housing, where we have, 30% that are deeply affordable, that we have that range of near market, low end of market. Those are kind of the units that can be taken up by these folks who are low wage workers, essential workers.
And it could be useful to keep people like artists or creative industry employees living in the city of Vancouver, making it a more vibrant city.
I would say that's accurate, yes. We've seen increasing organization among the arts community, right? There's a newly formed nonprofit that's specifically focused on social housing for artists, right? And I think the stat I read was an artist earns something like $30,000 a year, right? So on that income, you would be well within the income limits for social housing.
So this initiative could be providing potentially housing for teachers, firefighters, artists, wait staff, retail staff that we need to keep our city going.
Yeah, I would say that's accurate. I think these buildings, we describe them as mixed income because you have folks who need the deeply affordable and also ones who need the low end of market. So you really do see a mix of folks living in these buildings.
And I know that there's an enormous problem with seniors facing housing precarity. Is this going to give them more options?
Yes, senior social housing is included in this initiative. I'm sure you're familiar with the recently approved seniors housing strategy. The demographic research around that strategy showed that, you know, the proportion of renting seniors, they're very precariously housed because they typically don't have assets, they don't have a pension. And as they age, as has been mentioned, some of these buildings they're living in, they don't have the proper accessibility. You know, there's no elevators, they need modifications. So yeah, senior social housing is a huge need in the city.
Thanks so much. I think I'm out of time.
Thank you. Okay, so that's the end of the questions from councillors. This is the second call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061-445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and displayed during the recess. Okay, so now before we get into speakers, I think we've been going for a few hours, and I think there's been some interest in maybe taking a very short. Okay, all right, well, I'd love it. Okay, well, if that changes, you don't even have to put up your hand. You can just leave the chamber if there's more than 6 councillors here. So, okay, so we're going to hear from the public. Any registered speakers in the council chamber, please come forward to the podium when your name is called. Phone-in speakers will be unmuted when your name is called. Speakers will have up to 5 minutes to make their comments and should limit their comments to the merits of the report being considered. So our first speaker today is speaker number 1, and I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Varouj Gumachian. On the public body representatives list. Is Varouj here?
Yeah. Can you hear me, Council?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
That's awesome. Thank you very much. This City of Vancouver Social Housing Initiative program. Hello, Mayor and Council members. My name is Varouj Gumachian. I live in Vancouver. I am the chair of the Older Persons Elders Advisory Committee, OPIAC. OPIAC supports this very well prepared initiative that demonstrates the scope, the breadth, and direction. It also demonstrates the effectiveness of the city staff working in close collaboration with OPIAC. And thanks, that last discussion was with seniors, so I'll explain the 4 basic feedbacks that we're looking at right now. Number 1 is of course, the increasing supply of affordable, appropriate senior social housing. OPIAC agrees that this initiative emphasizes fast tracking of social housing across the city. There's a dire need for senior social housing. The 2024-25 annual report of the Office of the Seniors Advocate noted that there were 13,880 applicants for seniors subsidized housing. Of these, only 884 were housed. This wait time for seniors housing is the longest in Vancouver coastal health. On average, these people are waiting 4 to 5 years for social housing units within the city. That's number 1. Number 2, I'll talk about implementation plan. From the implementation perspective, there's a great concern on the lack of a clear operational framework, budget, and timelines given the level of urgency of elders who are at risk of homelessness. The need for senior-centered and safe temporary housing calls for a need for a dedicated staff team working across city departments to secure partnership with multi-level governments, community partners, and nonprofit housing operators. OPIAC notes that there is no implementation plan for this initiative, making it one long aspirational statement. Item number 3, I'll just explain about the senior-specific shelters, temporary housing for seniors at risk of homelessness, and supportive housing. OPIAC would like to remind the Council that the city's seniors housing strategy and its strategic framework for older persons and elders both specify seniors' need for social housing. In addition, the 2025 Greater Vancouver homeless count found that 1 in 5 of the unhoused people that they counted as being a senior 55 years and older. So I'll just repeat, 1 in 5 were homeless. Many of these seniors are homeless for the first time. I'll just quickly talk about rental sustainability. This initiative needs to include seniors who are receiving the maximum GIS, Guaranteed Income Supplement, as well as the welfare rate. 30% of the monthly income of a senior receiving the GIS is less than $575, while the maximum housing income limits Hills rate is over $1,450. This context partially makes low-income seniors invisible. In conclusion, OPIAC would like to continue this dialogue with staff to help incorporate these ideas with the social housing initiative. Thank you very much. That's all I have to say.
Great, thank you very much. The first speaker that is not a public body representative is speaker number 1, Jean Swanson. Jean, are you on the line?
I am.
Please go ahead.
I'm Jean Swanson, I'm a Vancouver resident. I just want to talk about one part of this plan. It's good to have more social housing and make it cheaper to build. What's bad is the city definition of social housing and inadequate senior government funding of social housing that results in most social housing, except supportive housing, actually excluding low-income people, like the previous speaker was talking about. According to the 2021 census, about 61,000 people in Vancouver make under $20,000 a year, meaning they can afford about $500 or $600 a month for rent. These are people on disability, basic seniors pension, low-wage part-time work. Earlier this week, you celebrated the International Day of Persons with Disabilities. A nice way to put actual action into this day would be to enable housing that persons with disabilities can afford. No market housing rents for $500 a month, except maybe a handful of SROs. That means all these folks need social housing or a relative or friend to help them out, or they'll be homeless. But Vancouver's definition of social housing, owned by government and a nonprofit with 30% below Hills, excludes most low-income people because the rents are too high. Below Hills doesn't go all the way below. It accommodates incomes of about $40,000 to $58,000 for a bachelor or one-bedroom unit. If you earn below $40K, as the previous speaker mentioned, you're basically hooped. Except in the downtown east side, where residents fought for a definition that would include low-income people and got 1/3 of social housing there has to be at shelter pension rate, which is $500 a month today. As a result, the social housing in the downtown east side does accommodate low-income people, or 1/3 of it anyway. It's hard, but nonprofits have been able to put together projects with 1/3 and sometimes more at shelter rate. But if you have a low income and want to move outside the downtown east side, new social housing is too expensive. This plan won't help that unless you change the city's social housing definition and work harder to get senior government funding for non-market housing. So I'm suggesting an amendment to the plan, something along the lines of that the city incentivize and prioritize social housing developments that have 1/3 of units affordable at the shelter pension rate. And further, that council, not staff, but council, lobby senior governments fiercely for the funds to make this low-income, non-market housing feasible. So those changes would be at least one step in preventing and reducing homelessness. And that's it for me.
Thank you very much, Jean. The next speaker is speaker number 2, Gary McIsaac.
Just speak into here? Yeah. Thank you. My name is Gary McIsaac. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I oppose a key feature of this report, but do support social housing. I have 3 concerns regarding this report. My principal opposition is to the blanket rezoning of large areas of the city to permit 20-story building height and the associated shading areas, and the impact on a key climate crisis solution. First, this report and other related city zoning reports make no reference to the impacts of building height and shadowing on solar panel PV energy generation, even though this data is available. Solar PV contractors can provide an analysis of a given home site for its energy generation potential over the course of a year. BC Hydro offers a self-generation program for individuals to produce clean electricity with grants for rooftop solar PV systems to supply power for use in their home and sending surplus generation out to the grid. This program is now the subject of hearings by the BC Utilities Commission to consider new rate structure. These hearings have implications for the expansion of self-generation across the province and in Vancouver. The potential solar PV generating capacity within the city of Vancouver is significant, representing multi-gigawatt hours across the proposed rezoning areas. Note that solar PV generation is now the cheapest source of energy or electricity in the world. The blanket approach for construction and placement of 20-story towers would harm current and future solar PV energy production within the shadowing created. None of these factors, including lost energy cost and potential conflicts with renewable energy programs, appear in the rezoning reports. This is the first reason Council requires more data and analysis to make an informed decision. Second, this report contains no references to prior actions by Council and other levels of government which promote, facilitate, and financially support the expansion of solar PV in Vancouver. On January 31st, 2023, Council unanimously approved a motion which made a strong statement to expedite renewable energy adoption in Vancouver. There are and have been several programs that facilitate community solar PV expansion provided by multiple levels of government. The negative impacts of the current blanket rezoning plan for 20-story towers is contrary to many government programs and the previous council adopted action on renewable energy. To understand the implications of this rezoning plan, consider the average home uses about 12,000 kilowatt hours of electricity in a year. An average solar PV installation might generate 8,000 kilowatt hours of electricity per year. Referring to the map on page 6 of the report, Area B represents about 33,000 potential self-generation sites or lots. At 8,000 kilowatt hours of solar PV generation over 33,000 sites gives 264 gigawatt hours of generation potential per year. For reference, Site C Dam generates 4,600 gigawatt hours per year. At 10 cents per kilowatt hour, that's about $26 million in potential annual electricity generation capacity. Every Vancouver resident should obtain an estimate of the solar generation capacity for their current living space for future reference. This is the second reason Council requires more data and analysis to make an informed decision. Third, how should we protect solar PV generating capacity and support social housing? Given the depressed state of the market for existing condominium suites, the city should examine repurposing existing buildings to avoid the construction of new towers which interfere with Vancouver's solar PV generating capacity. There is currently a significant market downturn and oversupply of existing condominium suites. So consider purchasing undesirable small condominium units in the existing buildings and renovating these units to combine adjacent suites into livable social housing units for various family sizes. This would also support local contractors with renovation projects created. This would address the goal of social housing initiative at much lower cost and provide housing faster than new construction. This is the third reason council requires more data and analysis to make an informed decision. In conclusion, the blanket rezoning of large areas of the city invites big, irreversible mistakes when significant facts such as solar PV generation are overlooked, which then harms future choices. An alternative solution is to invest in existing unsold projects to create social housing. This is an option city staff should explore along with a detailed solar PV shadow study that evaluates potential solar PV generation and capacity and energy cost across all areas of the city. You have any questions?
Thank you very much. And
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker, speaker number 3, Rufan Wang.
Thank you, Your Worship. Good evening, councillors. My name is Rofan Wang. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I urge the council to approve this common sense initiative to get more social housing built faster. I have to confess, I hesitated a bit about signing up for this public hearing because the proposed policy is frankly so obvious and represents the closest thing to an unalloyed public good that's come before this council in a long time. I thought to myself, why would anyone oppose this? And yet here we are. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that in a city with such a deep housing shortage as we do, it is the people with the least means of affording market rents who suffer first. To be clear, I strongly support building more housing of every type, whether it's market or non-market, because when we're so many decades into the chasm of a housing shortage, we have to start filling the hole instead of arguing about our favorite shovel. But I'm not naive enough to deny that a significant subset of our neighbors will always struggle to afford market rents in Vancouver, especially in the most desirable, convenient, and amenity-rich areas. That's just basic supply and demand, right? An influx of dedicated social housing, especially in the exclusionary neighborhoods of the West Side, would be a transformative investment that makes sure all Vancouverites of all incomes have the ability to access good homes in desirable neighborhoods and not just in crammed roommate situations on dirty, noisy arterial roads. For too long, we've been saying we want housing, but. Oh, we're okay with new apartments, but we can't build it without new schools. Oh, we want affordable housing, but can't we just put it in the downtown east side? Oh, we support housing, but mid-rises, not towers, but multiplexes, not mid-rises. The list goes on. Somehow, none of the housing but people are anywhere to be seen when the alternative they champion is proposed. Where's the letter from the retired planners and architects in the Vancouver Sun opposed to market apartments in support of social housing? No, Housing But is not a credible policy program. It is just pretext to kill whatever is proposed today with no plan for tomorrow. What we need to move to is a housing and approach. Housing and parks, housing and schools, housing and safe streets. The city can and must invest more in amenities to support growing neighborhoods, but that doesn't mean we should do nothing and let the affordable housing crisis get worse in the interim. And frankly, I can think of no better catalyst for more amenities than growth in many neighborhoods that currently are so exclusive that their populations have grown by a fraction of a percent over the past decade, and where their school enrollment has declined to the point that we're shutting down elementary schools. Of course, a housing and approach recognizes also that we must bring down regulatory barriers to permit social housing and also invest in getting capital to build more of these buildings. Towards this end, bylaw amendments to remove the rezoning are necessary, but not sufficient. Social housing is non-market, so it's not going to fall out of the sky just because we allow it to exist. Reducing holding costs and inflation expenses for nonprofit home builders is a great first step, but it is just a first step. I urge the council to leverage tax revenue, public lands, and senior government funding to massively expand the supply of social housing that actually gets built. Finally, I want to address the incredulity I kind of heard during councillor questions earlier, where several councillors had concerns about the large number of lots affected and couldn't really understand why that was happening. You know why. This is literally the point of pre-zoning for easier home building. You literally approved a pre-zoning of the entire Cambie Corridor and Broadway plan last month. Like, come on, be real. This is not something that's confusing. Social housing, and indeed all housing, is desperately needed as a matter of affordability, equity, and frankly, keeping our neighbors who have contributed so much to the cultural and civic life of the city from being priced out. No party and no councillor can claim to be pro-housing if they won't do the bare minimum to legalize social housing of all types, including co-ops and supportive housing. I hope you'll do the right thing. The city is watching. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 4, Peter Dowdy.
Hi, I'm Peter Dowdy. I'm a resident of Vancouver and a member of the Vancouver Area Neighbors Association, and I'm also calling in to support this motion. I'm supporting this motion because Vancouver has a severe housing shortage, and housing of all types makes that housing shortage better. However, it's also very important to support this kind of housing in particular. Research on vacancy change and filtering clearly shows that while all housing benefits everyone, subsidized directed housing supports benefit lower income people faster after fewer moves and helps to reduce their displacement specifically. That's why this motion is so important. We're in the middle of a housing crisis. We need to take both sustained structural action to make it easier to build more housing in Vancouver and drastic triage action to help protect people who are most at risk of being displaced. The most important thing that this does is it removes rezoning. And that may not seem like a major change, but Altus Group estimates that the cost of compliance for lengthy municipal processes like these can add tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars to the final cost of a home. Since these are nonprofit buildings, every extra dollar that they spend comes out of somebody's rent. We're not capturing land lift here. Every dollar that they save allows them to offer cheaper rent, become more attainable, and maybe even hit rates that are closer to shelter rate. So when we make it easier to build this housing, we not only make it easier for there to be more of it, but we also ensure that the housing that gets built can be cheaper and perform its very critical role more effectively. Allowing more options for social housing has another purpose. I know that there was a lot of concern about how many parcels would be affected by this change, but that's really critical to allow social housing builders to get good deals on land by shopping around. With our current spot rezoning regime, there's a great deal of land lift in most proposals, and that's because the landowner has all the power. It is very hard to take your project and move it from place to place and find the best location at the best price. And remember, every extra dollar that gets paid to the landowner is also an extra dollar that comes out of somebody's rent. And every dollar that a social housing builder can save on land is, again, a dollar that they can contribute to greater affordability. So I urge you to support this. We need more housing, and that means we also need more social housing. And if we want social housing to succeed, we need to make sure that we are not burying it under a mountain of expensive processes and forcing it into a weak negotiating position with the people that it will ultimately have to buy land from. The federal government is yet again offering a lot of money to municipalities to build social housing. We should take some of it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 5 is withdrawn. Speaker number 6, Grace Numbrado.
Hello, I'm Grace Numbrado. I'm Executive Director of Free the Fern Stewardship Society and a local resident in the neighborhood of Champlain Heights. And I'm here to speak on some concerns about the ecological impacts of the social housing initiative on the neighborhood of Champlain Heights. I have a presentation that I have here, so I'd like that to be put up, and the slide 2 could be shown now. Okay. So I'm speaking about the importance of our urban forests. When we speak of urban forests, we don't just mean the parks and the trees in those parks. We're speaking about the trees across our neighborhoods. So urban forests provide environmental benefits, cooling cities, cleaning air, managing stormwater, providing wildlife habitats, improving public health, increasing property values. My goodness, that's a lot of benefits. They're crucial for adapting to climate change by mitigating the urban heat island effect, reducing flood risk, and absorbing carbon dioxide. And here's a photo of the tree cover within my neighborhood of Champlain Heights. To really show the tree cover even more, let's look at some maps. So these are maps put out by the City of Vancouver, part of the urban forest strategy. So you'll see the marker point on our neighborhood of Champlain Heights, which is part of the larger area of Killarney. We're the only East Vancouver neighborhood with over 30% tree cover, which really stands out in the city. Tied to that, we have one of the highest tree equity scores in the city. And recently I was flying back from a park conference and I flew over our neighborhood and I happened to capture this photo out the window of my plane. And what I was really shocked about was how green the entire neighborhood looks. So this whole area outlined in red is our neighborhood of Champlain Heights. It's not a park, but it's exceptionally green with that urban forest. It's comparable actually to the parks that are adjacent to it, the Champlain Heights Park, Everett Crowley Park, and then we have Central Park to the east. In stark contrast, you can see the River District that's south of us that has very little visible tree cover, of course, and quite high tower development in that area. Next slide, please. With the social housing initiative, they seek to redefine our neighborhood of Champlain Heights as a neighborhood center, which would allow the development of up to 20-story towers. And our neighborhood doesn't actually meet the qualification of a neighborhood center as actually outlined by the city. So as shared by Jesse Singer, neighborhood centers should actually be located within a 400-meter radius from major service hubs and transit. Our neighborhood of Champlain Heights does not have major transit or major service hubs currently. So you can see in the photo there, there's my co-op, Kinross Creek Co-op in Champlain Heights. What we do have, though, is a lot of urban forest. You see all those trees there? That's not a park. That's within the area of my townhouse development, my co-op housing. And here's a photo of an example tower that the Social Housing Initiative actually has in their report as an example of what is proposed within these neighborhood centers. And I will acknowledge that the Social Housing Initiative has stated that the Champlain Heights Trail system, which runs through our neighborhood, is going to be exempt from this type of development. But the actual urban forests that exist outside of the trails and within our current townhouse developments have no protection currently within this proposal. Next slide. So I wish to talk about the effects on the environment. As noted by several councillors, actually, there was a lot of negative public feedback about this proposal, and in particular, our neighborhood of Champlain Heights had 68% of the public opposing with concerns about this redevelopment, and specifically a lot of the concerns centered around the local ecology and habitat loss in our neighborhood. Our neighborhood has some of the last remnants of our native forests left in the city. When it was developed, actually, in the 70s and 80s, our neighborhood actually retained a lot of the forest that was in this area at that time. So they didn't clear cut. So in a lot of our townhouse complexes, we have a lot of those trees that were there prior to development and part of the original forest that was across the city. So the concern here is with this proposal, there could be tree canopy loss, and there's no protection for that in this proposal. This could impact the bird habitat by having those towers, leading to fewer nesting sites, and also directly birds could be impacted physically by impacting on those buildings if they are flying through those bird migration corridors, such as the Champlain Heights Trail system. There could be an increased heat island effect as it's 10 degrees hotter without tree canopy, and there could be lots of outdoor spaces that many children enjoy within the housing complexes that have those forest cover. Next slide. So we have to look at how city policy...
You're at time.
Okay, sorry. All right, thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Okay, speaker number 7, Sharon Saunders.
Hi, I am a 48-year resident of the Cosmos Village, which is actually just outside of what we call the Champlain Heights district. And first of all, I'd like to say we're not against density. We actually need an apartment type building because we have lots of stairs. We'd like something where seniors don't have to, like myself, don't have to climb up and down stairs, and we can still stay in a lovely neighborhood. The other thing I'd like to say is the most affordable housing is the affordable housing that exists. Like your potential of tearing down affordable housing to spend a lot more money putting up other housing seems a little strange. The other, so in the next, it's existing affordable housing is the most affordable. 6-story again is the next affordable. 20 stories are not affordable. And if I read this proposal, which is very, very difficult to read, it looks like that Champlain Heights is going to be a neighborhood center, right? Which means that it's going to be more like River District, which is just down the hill, than it is going to be like the existing affordable, family-friendly, ecologically friendly site that we have right now. Champlain Heights is not a transit hub, has winding narrow roads, has an important ecological co-op, but then is considered a neighborhood center, while I think Champlain Mall, on the other hand, is considered a village, so it doesn't make any sense to any of us. The first designation of the neighborhood center calls for buildings up to 20 stories, while the second, of course, limits it to 6 stories. I'd like to point out to section 4.1.1, because this has confused everybody. The policy in Appendix B calls for additional heights on challenging sites to support community amenities and services. I have no idea if the large parcel of city-owned land in Champlain Heights, on which both co-ops and owner-occupied houses exist, comes under section 4.1.1. If it does, I'm even more worried. My neighborhood visualizes the wealth, my neighbors visualize the wealth of social housing units being built in Champlain Heights. They call me alarmist because, and I'm saying, oh, wait a minute, what's going on here? But on any given site, the number of affordable units only has to be more than what already exists. So I don't exactly know what that means. I can go to Little Mountain. So Little Mountain had 224 units of social housing. Now it's going to have 284 units of social housing. Now, this is private land, but that's not a hell of a lot of increase in social housing on 15 acres. So DeCosmos, which is on 49th and Boundary, not again along the ecological corridor, could be bulldozed. I'm saying could. It has 110 units. If we went to this 30%, if you put 30%, like 100, let's say 150 units, then there could be 500 more units on this site because you only have to have 30% of the units being social housing. Again, I'm not against additional housing, and 6-story buildings seems to be where it is. I also draw your attention to the report called Living Up or Living Apart. It's on your website. It's the Vancouver Foundation's report that social isolation was the #1 problem facing Vancouverites. It's noted that residents of high rise face greater social isolation than residents in low rises. The report has an overabundance of examples of how to build for social cohesion, even if you get your way and turn Vancouver into Hong Kong. Be worth taking a look at. In addition, there is an overabundance of housing experts proposing alternatives to your build, baby, build strategy. And there is in Burnaby, there's Burnaby right across Boundary Road with a different approach. Be good to take a look at what they're doing. I don't understand why the current opposition hasn't come up with anything better than this policy, and I hope it's rejected and you go back to the drawing board and look at alternatives. The other thing is I really would like to know if the community center in River District is actually going to be built. You have a lot of very worried residents in Champlain Heights and also in the residents. Has the money been set aside? Will it actually be built? Because the pressure on our neighborhood and on Champlain Heights is great because of that increase in population. So anyway, love to come back. If we want to talk to me about 6-story buildings, and we'll be at the table. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number.
If I could just speak to the chair, if you wouldn't mind encouraging speakers, I think that a negative comparison with Hong Kong is inappropriate, and I'd ask you to encourage speakers to not make negative comparisons with.
Okay, yeah,
other
so noted.
countries.
I heard that as well, and having my family come from Hong Kong and having a sister and brother that lives in Hong Kong, I chose to interpret that just as a reflection upon the buildings and what have you. But, and Councillor, thank you, acknowledged. And if people feel that the words are said in an offensive manner, I would encourage them to pause and bring it up as well. But I did hear it, and I chose on this situation not to take that as a negative or a derogatory comment, more in terms of the form of the buildings in Hong Kong. Okay, so thank you. Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah. Okay, speaker number 8 has withdrawn. Speaker number 9, Michelle Spencer.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Michelle Spencer. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'll be speaking in favor of this proposal. There has been structural underinvestment in social housing in Canada going back decades. This has led to extreme waitlists for subsidized housing, very few new co-op buildings, and a general lack of affordable housing. By allowing nonprofit operators to skip the costly and time-consuming step of a public hearing, they will be able to deliver more housing more quickly and can more efficiently address this deficit. It is unfair to expect nonprofit operators to have the same financial resources as for-profit developers. Additionally, their mandate is to deliver affordable housing, not profits to shareholders. Any additional costs incurred results in less affordable housing and fewer units built. I appreciate that this proposal allows flexibility in housing types by including mixed income buildings. This will provide a base of tenants of more means to financially support their neighbors and increase the number of viable projects. Mathematically, 30% of more buildings results in more affordable housing units than 100% of no buildings. As these buildings are owned by nonprofits, as they pay off their upfront costs, we can anticipate that the non-subsidized rents will not rise as much as what we would expect to see in for-profit buildings. When we talk about new housing initiatives in Vancouver, we often see concerns and complaints. Are the buildings too tall? Do they have large enough balconies? What will the public space look like? How will new residents impact community amenities? Are the units too expensive? But what I see when I see new housing proposed is time. I moved to Vancouver in 2020 after getting a job in the Broadway corridor. While the job paid well above the median wage, with cost of living being what it is, I may have actually qualified in one of these mixed income buildings, similar to what we're seeing proposed in this initiative, as a low end of market renter. At the time, I was living in New Westminster, which is also a lovely city, but the prospect of spending over an hour each way by transit in the middle of a pandemic was overwhelming to me. Driving was not an option. The cost of gas and parking would have been far too expensive. So I did the math and decided it was worth the difference in rent to buy back 10 hours a week of my time. I got lucky with a rental and have been happy to call Vancouver home ever since. Living in Vancouver has meant that so many more opportunities have been available to me. Being an economic center, there are more jobs here than in other cities. When a different job became available, one that would pay a little more and give me more vacation time, I was able to swap my 10-minute walking commute for a 30-minute bike ride, or 25 minutes if I really put some effort in. I'm able to spend my evenings pursuing hobbies, being active, and spending time with friends. I get tickets to Bard on a Beach for a Wednesday. I go to author talks at the library. I come here and speak at public hearings. These things would not be nearly so easy if I were spending 2 hours each day commuting. So when I see the possibility for lower cost co-op and mixed income housing, I see the gift of time. I see a person who is able to swap their drive and commute for one by bike, getting a little more physical activity in while also reducing their environmental impact. I see an early childhood educator who spends their day providing a nurturing and enriching environment for other people's children, being able to spend a few quality hours with their own children each night. I see essential hospital staff, those who maintain the safety and cleanliness of clinics, ensure supplies are well stocked, or provide nourishing meals to sick patients, who are able to rest easy in secure housing that is close to work. When people are forced into long commutes, their quality of life suffers. Leisure activities are cut, time spent with family is shortened, creative pursuits are abandoned. We need to design our city so that people of all incomes can see a home here. It should not be random chance and sufficient wealth that grants people this gift. Mayor and Council, when considering new housing proposals, especially those that provide more housing for lower income people, consider giving the gift of time. We can never get it back. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 10 has withdrawn. Speaker number 11, Michael Warren Choi.
Speaker number 11 is not on the line.
Speaker number 12, Christine Herstein.
Speaker 12 is not on the line.
Speaker number 13 has withdrawn. Speaker number 14, Hakan Coyote.
Good evening. My name is Hakan Coyote, and I'm speaking in support of this motion. As a young person, it's really hard to rent in this city. It's too expensive, and there aren't enough options. And this provides an opportunity to generate more options for people like me. I would be able to rent in the 70% of this, or 70% of a social housing building that is for people who can afford a market rent. But I would prefer, actually, to rent in that building because a not-for-profit is probably going to answer my call if I have a problem with my dishwasher. They're probably going to answer my call if there's an issue in the building that needs to be looked after. And the greatest thing about this is that if we have more nonprofits, it will actually push market developers to be better. They'll have to compete with nonprofits who are able to build new housing, and that will make housing better for everyone in our city. But there's something else here. This is an opportunity. Over the next 5 years, the federal government is going to spend $13 billion through Build Canada Homes to build new housing. And it's not only really hard for people like me, young people in our city, to find housing, it's also hard, incredibly hard to find work. And there's so many jobs that are created by the construction of housing in our city. It is a vital part of our economy. And the more we can do to support that, especially when market developers are stepping back, the more we can do to support the future generations of our city. And so I strongly support that. I ask you tonight to make it easier for nonprofits, for affordable housing in our city, because it represents the future. And we want that future to be built here in Vancouver. So thank you for your time, and I urge you to vote in support.
Thank you very much for coming in. Okay, speaker number 15, Owen Brady.
Speaker number 15 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 16, William Azuroff.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm William Azuroff. I'm a Vancouver resident, and I support this initiative. You know, when leaders in the community housing sector get together, we talk about things like this, and we can't remember the last time the City of Vancouver turned down a non-market project at public hearing. So if the answer is always yes, it seems to me that this amendment will allow nonprofits and co-ops to cut to the chase, save money, and save these really invaluable projects time and money. There are three basic benefits to this, as far as I can see: saving of time, saving of cost, and creating a certainty of approval. Those are really important. Our estimates show that a rezoning costs a nonprofit project $500,000. And when I say $500,000, that's the rezoning application fee, that's consultant fees to get us through the rezoning process into public hearing, and the hard costs for public hearings. That does not include staff time, and it doesn't include things like architectural fees that we would have to do anyway. It is purely around the rezoning process, even with a short program. And then if you're in a time when costs are increasing, whether that's construction costs, labor costs, or increasing interest rates, then that delay of that 9 months to a year means that the project is more expensive at the end of that process than it was at the beginning. We can't get enough affordable housing built in the city. And there's so many hoops to jump through at every level of government. So this will make it just a little bit easier to make these projects realized. This was first brought to council in December of 2022. I'm not entirely sure why 3 years later we're here, but here we are. But I think about all the projects that could have benefited from this over the last 3 years, saving that money, getting those homes built more quickly, and potentially making them more affordable by saving this money. We need action and not more study, so I urge you all to pass this bylaw amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 17, Tom Armstrong.
Passed in opposition. So that ordinary resolution carries. I'll just read. Again, the motion was be it resolved by ordinary resolution that the director's resolution to terminate the membership by Lona Cantor is hereby confirmed.
Point of order.
Has been adopted.
Okay, can we move on to the next speaker, please? Some people got my joke there, but all right. Speaker number, I just call it a point of order on okay, we'll move along to speaker number 18. Is that okay? Yep. Okay. Speaker number 18, Katia Shendrick. I hope I pronounced your name properly. Are you on the line? Katya?
Speaker number 18 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 19, Pablo Ruiz. Or Sir Ruiz.
No, not on the line.
Speaker number 20, Lopa Sikar. Or Sirkar. Lopa, is that you?
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yes. Okay. My name is Lopa Sirkar. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I oppose the SHI. And here is my statement. My mom came to Vancouver in 1976. She was a PhD in physiology and was married and had me. She was the kind of person that could afford to live in this great city at that time. When bad luck struck, she got divorced from my abusing dad, and somewhat later she got into a bad car accident that was not her fault. The result was that she struggled physically, mentally, and financially. I was 12 years old around that time. The only way for us to stay in our city and for her to keep her job was to find shelter in one of the co-ops in Champlain Heights. This saved us. I got to stay in my school, keep my friends. My mom got another job and made many kids and parents happy working as a teacher in early childhood education. I grew up in Vancouver, left for university, built my career, and now I'm back living in the same co-op where I grew up. My point is, affordable living is needed for some people to regroup and get back on their feet, or to enjoy the fruits of their hard-working life and age in place. The co-ops in this city currently provide such places. The current plans for the city, with its vision for the coming 50 years, seems to focus on successful people with a good income without any bad luck and with always a new promotion to look forward to. The people that will live in all those future 20-story towers are statistics, but they have nothing to do with the people who live here now. They are our bus drivers, our nurses, our delivery people, construction workers, and yes, early childhood educators. I live in a co-op on the border with Burnaby. I can look across the street and literally see another town where they make very different choices about affordable living, high-rise towers, and how to treat the current inhabitants. I urge this council to think about growth in terms of the people who live in the city now. This city must certainly develop and grow, but not at the expense of people who built it up in the first place. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. The next speaker is speaker number 21, Jean Treverton.
Number 21 is not on the line.
Great. Speaker number 22, Iona Bonamis.
I'm just checking with the staff in the back. No, not on the line.
Great. Speaker number 23, Michael Geller.
Your Worship, members of council, I don't come here very often, but I think this is an important issue, and I'd like to share a few thoughts with you, which actually haven't been discussed. I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm viewing this social housing initiative through the lens of the former project manager for social housing for CMHC for 10 years. So I've actually been involved in approving projects, deciding which ones should get priority, which shouldn't. I'm fully in support of the notion that social housing should be built everywhere in the city. There's no disputing that. And I'm fully in support of the notion that we need to speed up, accelerate the approval process. I'm generally in favor of the idea of allowing 6-story buildings in all of the yellow areas on this map. And indeed, I don't know if you've studied this map as much as I did. I actually did do a count just to see how many lots or properties were in the purple zone, because that's really my main concern. And I compliment those councillors who I think were asking questions that are starting to address my concern, which is it doesn't seem to make sense to effectively rezone, or use whatever term you wish, 33,750 lots in the city in order to get what some suggest may be a very small number of high-rise projects. And it's the high-rise projects I'm concerned about. And the concern I do have is in part inspired by the Broadway plan, where just the fact that projects can be built is forcing a lot of people to sell their homes and move out of the neighborhood. And I can give you names if you wish. And I'm concerned that the same potential occurs here. Because when you look at this large swath, virtually all of Kitsilano could have a high-rise. Virtually a large area in Point Grey, and of course on the east side of the city, not quite as many areas, but still substantial areas. And to my mind, I heard somebody earlier, I think it was Councillor Dominato or Sarah Kirby-Young, trying to find the right analogy. This really is taking a sledgehammer to crack a nut. So what is the solution? To my mind, the solution is basically to allow 6-story buildings throughout the yellow areas, allow 6-story buildings throughout the purple areas. Why do I want to exclude a lot of the high rises? Because if I've got time, I need to address who's going to live in these buildings. As the former program manager, we used to give priority to those in greatest need. In my opinion, those in greatest need right now are the unhoused. But we don't want, as Councillor Zhao quite rightly questioned, we don't want to put 120 or 150 unhoused people, formerly unhoused people, into a 20-story tower. We want to have a maximum of 60 units, preferably in a 4-story or 6-story building. The next priority is families with children. And as the city's own publication, I don't know how many of you have seen this, but the family that lives in the shoe points out you don't want to be putting families in 20-story buildings and streets lined with 2- and 3-story buildings. Again, you want to have low-scale buildings. The third priority is seniors, and I was impressed to hear representatives of the seniors. But I was with the seniors advocate, Dan Levitt, on the weekend, and he has pointed out that right now, while I approve thousands of self-contained apartments for seniors, the priority is care facilities. We need to build more care facilities because right now our hospitals are full of seniors who are taking up beds because there's nowhere for them to go. That's the priority, not more self-contained. But again, seniors' care facilities are not to be built in high-rise buildings, against lower buildings. So to conclude this, my advice is to continue with this initiative, but to exclude at this stage all of these purple areas. You don't need to rezone or designate 33,750 properties for towers. Identify a portion of them. There may be 2,000. Identify all of those, as the mayor was trying to suggest. Identify those that might be in public ownership or nonprofit ownership so it's clear that they don't need to go through a rezoning process. Hopefully, there's some ideas there that will help you refine this policy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's good seeing you again, Michael. Okay, speaker number 24, Stephen Liu.
Speaker number 24 is not on the line.
Okay, speaker number 25, Donnie Rosa. Hey, Donnie, please go ahead. Donnie, please go ahead. Hey, Donnie, can you hear us? Okay, well, why don't we move on and Donnie will have an opportunity to call back. Okay, speaker number 26, Jill Atke.
And I'm speaking on behalf of BC Nonprofit Housing Association, and I'm also a resident of the City of Vancouver. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. We strongly support the Social Housing Initiative. This proposal follows nearly 3 years of staff analysis and engagement since Council's unanimous 2022 direction and will enable nonprofits, co-ops, and Indigenous housing providers to deliver the affordable mixed-income homes Vancouverites urgently need. Our sector, as you know, already provides tens of thousands of affordable homes across the province, including many in Vancouver, to families, seniors, workers, newcomers, and people with disabilities. These homes span deeply subsidized to near market affordability so that essential workers can live near where they work and where they support our local economy. Without an expanded supply of community housing, first responders, teachers, care aides, and those in the service industry will seek work closer to their home communities. Just as a bit of a reality check, the median household income for renters in the city of Vancouver is $67,000 annually. The Hills rate for a 2-bedroom unit is $72,000 annually. So half of all renters in Vancouver in 2 bedrooms would qualify at the Hills rate. This is something the market is not building for. The policy before you today is also about equity. And just looking up a recent news release from the City of Vancouver, October 7th, and I'll just quote from it. Today, following a public hearing, City Council approved new low-rise, mid-rise, and high-rise apartment zones in certain areas of Broadway and the Cambie corridor, making it faster, simpler, and more predictable to build housing and support the delivery of vibrant, transit-oriented neighborhoods. I'm not sure why we wouldn't want this same thing citywide, and this social housing initiative follows very quickly on the heels of your recent approval in the Cambie and Broadway corridors. So there may be concern in the community that this is too much too fast. In reality, nonprofit sites, as we've heard this evening, don't get developed overnight. And what we're looking at here is a long-term strategy to enable development over a longer-term horizon, often many years down the road. But the actions that you take today make a big difference in the types of housing we're able to build at scale and with speed in the future. And speed and scale are precisely what the federal government is looking for when they're determining where and how to make investments through the Build Canada Homes program. The Build Canada Homes Investment Policy Framework was released this week and indicated that projects that are construction ready within 12 months will be the priority, and speed and scale is the priority of Build Canada Homes. If a rezoning in Vancouver is required, those projects won't meet that criteria. So again, the decisions you make today will define the federal investment dollars available in Vancouver. And with due respect to a friend who spoke earlier, federal approvals of social housing projects are very different today than they were a couple of decades ago. I just want to comment very briefly on supportive housing because that's come up this evening as well. The provincial requirement is to own the land on any supportive housing sites. Nonprofits who own their own land won't typically hand over ownership of that land in order to become an operator on it. So on the vast majority of these sites, unless it's provincially owned, there wouldn't be social housing delivered on site in most cases, or rather supportive housing delivered on site in most cases. So ultimately, the social housing initiative is about getting more affordable homes built faster, whether that's now or into the future, something that I know is a key priority for the citizens of Vancouver and for each one of you on council. We urge council to approve this initiative, and thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you, Jill. Speaker number 27, Stephen Bennett.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Stephen Bennett, and I'm privileged to lead the Affordable Housing Societies, which is a Lower Mainland-based nonprofit housing organization who provides 1,500 affordable homes to 4,500 Vancouver residents on 21 sites in the City of Vancouver. I'm in support of this proposal, and I urge Council to move forward on this initiative. This has the potential to be a game changer for social housing in the City of Vancouver. Nonprofit affordable housing development is without doubt the most difficult type of housing development in Canada. Nonprofits work with various levels of government to layer funding upon funding in order to realize the most affordable homes possible. We work with scant resources and take risk upon risk to make good things happen in our communities. The municipal rezoning process is an added layer of complexity that by our organization's estimate adds approximately $450,000 of cost to every project we do. This proposal before you today is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to make a decision that makes affordable housing a little easier, a lot quicker, and a lot more cost-effective to build. I urge you to support it and make a decision that will further unlock the potential of affordable housing providers in Vancouver and enable them to do even more to help solve the housing crisis that exists today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 28, Robert Baxter.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead.
Great. Good evening. My name is Robert Baxter. I'm the president of the Champlain Heights Community Association. I wanted to thank you for the opportunity to speak to this initiative on behalf of the Champlain Heights Community Association. I'm speaking to address concerns that the association has about how the plan will impact amenities within Champlain Heights. We are a small community center, which is an aging facility. We've been identified as needing renewal by Park Board, but not scheduled for such. And we are low among the priority of those who have been identified, meaning we likely won't see renewal for several decades. We currently have wait lists for many programs, including children's programs, and long wait lists for some of our childcare programs. The association is concerned about the implications of this plan. The scale on which it is proposed would mean that there would likely be tens of thousands of more residents in Champlain Heights. We do not see a plan to match facilities investments for the community center with the proposed increase in resident demand the plan would create. We also have concerns about the general amenities available in the park system. Champlain Heights has an extensive park system, which previous speakers have spoken about, that form an important part of the community identity. Currently, there is not a great deal of public amenities within that park system. There are no public bathroom facilities in the neighborhood, and due to having only a small cluster of stores, there are very few private bathroom facilities. To accommodate park users and help with equitable access to the parks, the association has already paid to extend the hours of the center at a loss to the association, simply so that there is access to bathrooms in the community after 1 p.m. on summer weekends. The Champlain Heights community already suffers from an inequitable lack of access to city amenities, and the association is concerned that this initiative does not address the implication of a dramatic increase in residents on the already strained facilities available. Additionally, the only access to the community from the west, from 54th Avenue to Marine Drive, is a small street, McQuina Drive, in front of the community center. Other approaches to the neighborhood are similarly restricted, and the trail system that the city recognized recently will impact transportation within the community as well. This gives rise to a cause of concern about the safety of children and community center users as a result of the inevitable increase in traffic caused by the constricted street access and the proposed massive increase in residents. The association hosted one of the initiative's information sessions at the community center, and by the city's own report, the reception in the neighborhood was largely negative. The association believes that this plan should be reconsidered to address if the proposed increase in population in the Champlain Heights community is appropriate to the amenities available. I thank you very much for your consideration and your time. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Next speaker is speaker number 29, Arno Hayskamp.
Speaker 29 is not on the line.
Speaker number 30, Ash Kastner.
We're just checking. No, number 30.
Speaker number 31, Peter Dreisen. Or Dreesen.
No, 31.
Speaker number 32, Sal Robinson.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Okay. I'm Sal Robinson. I'm a Vancouver resident firmly opposed to this latest of a stream of zoning changes imposed seemingly everywhere all at once without genuine public engagement. These marathon public hearings are a stressful grind that nobody wants. That they happen regularly is the result of a failed early consultation process. Why not fix that? So while I thank city staff for your work on this initiative, I fervently hope you're going to be directed to go back and do a great deal more. Once again, residents must do battle for the fundamental right to be heard on the future development of the neighborhoods we call home. And there are still neighborhoods, despite the continuing effort from 12th and Cambie and from Victoria, to pretend that there's a clean slate here to draw circles and rectangles on and color them in. Vancouver is a large city, diverse in demographics, geography, and character. To make it over without acknowledging that diversity hits us where we live again. 4 years ago, it was the blue lining of arterials that would have seen 4-story apartments, and that seems quaintly low now, permitted on narrow side streets. In my 120-year-old neighborhood, planners backed off after a community initiative that had us walking around counting addresses proved that the current density would scarcely be increased by demolition and rebuilding. We had insights that they did not, and we still have. 2 years ago, there was a public hearing on adding missing middle housing and simplifying regulations. At that time, I wrote, "I am troubled that people living in the areas to be rezoned have had such minimal opportunity to be informed or engaged in the process of conceiving a plan that could profoundly affect their homes and neighborhoods." Then came the province with transit-oriented areas, conceived by someone with a penchant for playing with compasses, but not much knowledge of the reality on the ground. And with a stroke of a pencil, neighborhoods now must accommodate 8, 12, and 20-story buildings. Community input? Zip. And now this, and then villages, and then there's the just-announced fast-tracking of 6-story hotels and rental apartments without any below market requirements along arterials. Is it any wonder we feel buffeted by the barrage of initiatives designed to make our city over into something unrecognizable and with nothing new to offer in the way of the amenities essential to livability? Of course, social housing belongs in all neighborhoods, but neighborhood residents and businesses must be involved in planning to accommodate it. I'll leave you with 3 observations. 1. Vociferous opposition to many Broadway plan tower proposals mean we think that large buildings do not belong on narrow side streets. 2, reliance on outdated and misguided Vancouver School Board projections has resulted in the approval of many towers where no school space exists or will exist in the foreseeable future. Any further densification should start where kids can attend a neighborhood school. And 3, no matter how you slice it, a 30% minimum of units at social housing rates realistically produces a project that is 70% market rental. That is what you want neighborhoods to shut up and swallow. Thanks for listening, and please send this initiative back to the drawing board.
Thank you very much. Okay, speaker number 33, Janine Kenmure.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Worship Mayor Ken Sim and councillors. Thank you for letting me speak this evening on the very important issue of rezoning our Champlain Heights neighborhood for up to 20-story towers. My name is Janine Kenmure, and I was born in Vancouver, lived and schooled in Burnaby, but moved to Vancouver City in January of '82 with my late parents into Matheson Heights Co-op when I was 16. I'm now 60. That's 44 years in the Champlain Heights area this January. I'm opposed to our area being zoned for 20-story towers. My co-op and the area as a whole and the trails and parks has the last 4% of the city's old-growth forest. It is an emerald gem of southeast Vancouver, like Stanley Park is in the northwest corner. We have a forested village setting with high-density, low-rise townhouse, which exemplifies diversity, inclusion, and equity for all its current residents. The trail system was preserved unanimously by the City Council October 8th of this year after presentations by locals and Executive Officer Grace Van de Brido and supporters of Free the Fern. I thank you with much gratitude for that motion and to support our trails preservation. However, permitting development of 20-story towers absolutely would be detrimental to our environment, the wildlife, and our residents. The area as it is now supports various mobility, air quality, mental and physical health, and social engagement, and dog walkers. Creating a towered concrete jungle here would ruin the ambience and strength of this neighborhood. Other areas close to SkyTrain and major roads is more suitable for towers than we are. The trees and birds would not thrive among high-rises. By the way, we are the highest concentration of housing co-ops in all of Canada in this area. My co-op itself has 120 units with 80 basements with basement stores that could be made into family suites with grants from the feds, the province, or the municipality, if possible. My parents were founding directors of my co-op. My late mother, the founding secretary. She was a war bride that worked as a steno for Winston Churchill himself. Dad was born here, and his parents immigrated from Norway. They made sure our co-op kept a lot of the majestic trees and old growth firs and maples, and they made sure there was plumbing hookups for the townhouses and approved plans for expansion of the 2-bedroom townhouse units and all the basements. Each unit has a backyard, and the apartments, 40 of them, have balconies and patios. I had the pleasure of meeting in person 3 councillors by my volunteerism with Free the Fern, Councillor Fries, Jow, and Maloney. I ask, if possible, for a motion to make Champlain Heights as a mix of co-op stratas and BCGVRD housing a heritage site of a community that has endured and works as it is. Towers is not what the original councillors planned for this area. And I also concur with the other members that spoke that would create great pressure on the schools and the rec center. Please let future generations move and enjoy the area as it is today, supporting the existing co-ops, stratas, to continue with appropriate maintenance and upgrades. We want to keep our dozen co-ops that provide much-needed affordable housing in the cities. Towers would destroy the area's unique presence in the city. Please make it a heritage area for future generations to live in and keep up and enjoy. Shout out to Free the Fern and their enduring hard work to bring back all the Indigenous species, also to the Everett Carley Park Committee, as well as the Champlain Heights Community Association. I would love all the councillors and the mayor to come and walk the area and or join the festivities of the Free the Fern Lantern Festival, Sunday, December 14th, 6:30 p.m. this year. I look forward to meet you all. Please reconsider 20-story towers in this area. It would be most inappropriate and would undo all the work we have done to enjoy this area. Please make the right choice. Thank you very much for letting me speak.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 34, Jonathan Ma.
Speaker 34 is not on the line.
Okay. Speaker number 35, Don Chow.
Speaking.
Hi, please
Can you hear
go
me?
ahead. We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mayors, councillors, thank you for the opportunity of speaking tonight. I am a Vancouver resident. I'm here because the social housing initiative will reshape Vancouver's neighborhoods in a way that is unnecessary and, frankly, irresponsible. Under proposal, portions of the city will be rezoned for a 20-story tower with no public hearing, no rezoning, and no community consultation. Again, no community consultation. 200-foot plus glass towers structures could rise over quiet blocks of housing, tree-lined streets without urban planning is disruptive and simply wrong. A lot of people have spoken about towers. Other people will speak about it again. I do support social housing. Vancouver needs affordable housing. I'm guessing about 50% of the units will be true social housing. 50% of it will be market rentals so developers can finance these projects. We think buildings along Broadway are affordable for the average person. I'm sorry, but I didn't really want to start about social housing. Other people will talk about this as well. So why are we trying to change the city's current policies with new initiatives? I guess this is so we can speed up the city's process and build quicker. The current planning and building policies were put in place before our time for a reason, and they have shaped our wonderful city, so something had to have worked. Please leave the urban planning to the professionals, planners, and architects. I support rezoning and the city process. I think you should look internally to improve the timeline versus deleting a part of the process. I know the city has limited budgets and is trying to reduce staff, but maybe the planning and building department expands and hires more staff. Imagine Vancouver Building Department be known for a fast turnaround. And lastly, please don't forget public consultation. Because of this, I'm allowed to speak right now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. Speaker number 36, Sandra Ho.
Hi, good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Sandra Ho, and I live in Vancouver. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here tonight as a resident who really cares about the city and our neighborhoods. And I've got to be honest, I'm really concerned about this social housing initiative and oppose this application as presented. It is a fact that this is driven by the province, and the province needs to stay in its lane. Cities know their streets, their parks, their schools, their traffic, and their communities. We know the social cohesion here, and this one-size-fits-all approach does not work. City planning only works when it's shaped locally, not dictated by Victoria. Now, what this plan actually does, it would blanket huge swaths of the city with 20-story towers on quiet residential streets without public hearings, without neighborhood input. That is not gentle density. That's vertical density on streets that weren't built for it. Towers fundamentally reshape neighborhoods. They cast long shadows over homes and yards, overwhelm streetscapes, and disrupt the human scale that makes these areas walkable, safe, and livable. They increase traffic, strain utilities, create parking shortages, and put pressure on schools and parks, all of which directly affects the families and seniors who already call these streets home. We cannot talk about social housing without also talking about safety and the need for appropriate supports. Large-scale supportive housing towers have not proven successful. Research consistently shows that supportive housing works best in small buildings in appropriate locations, where residents can receive real care, not simply be housed in large high-rises where people slip through the cracks. And that's not just academic, it's safety for the people living inside and for the neighborhood around them. Families, too, deserve better. The city's own Housing Families at Higher Densities guidelines, adopted by council, insist that family housing should be compatible in scale and character with its surroundings. 20-story towers beside single-family homes or character houses do not meet that test. It also needs to be said, only 30% of these tower units would be actual social housing. The other 70% would be expensive market rentals. So we're getting overwhelming scale, permanent neighborhood change, and displacement of existing renters without getting the affordability we're being told this is about. We have a chance here to do this right. Social housing is critical, no question, but it has to be done thoughtfully, safely, and with the community's input. Rushing in with 20-story towers on quiet streets isn't the answer. Please send this back for proper planning and consultation for the people who need housing and the communities that support them. Thank you.
Great. Speaker number 37, Colleen Hardwick.
Hello.
Hello, please go ahead, Colleen.
Hello, my name is Colleen Hardwick. I am a Vancouverite, and I oppose this initiative as presented. I debated whether or not to speak to council this evening, since I fear that the mayor and majority of council have already made up their minds about the outcome of this public hearing. The very fact that the so-called social housing initiative is coming to public hearing can be seen as a farce, as the outcome, like every other rezoning that comes to council, is a foregone conclusion.
Colleen, please.
I have 5 minutes to describe why this initiative should not be approved.
Can we pause Colleen's timer, please? Colleen, I'm going to ask you to refrain from using derogatory comments and using words like a farce. I gave you a little bit of leeway on the first time as a courtesy. I know you've been in this chamber before. So if we can keep the language respectful, we would love to hear your voice. And I will be within my rights to cut your mic off if you can't follow the rules here. So please go ahead. Start the timer. I think shows at about 30 seconds. Thanks,
Prove me wrong. So here is why you should not approve this most inappropriate City of Vancouver planning initiative, namely the blanket rezoning of approximately 1/3 of the city to allow social housing towers up to 20 stories in height and an FSR of 6.0 without any further public input. This would allow new towers randomly jackhammered into quiet, low-scale residential streets at 10 times the height and density with no public hearings. So here's why this is a bad idea. One, this one-size-fits-all approach of towers everywhere without any local planning context. This is not a blank canvas. My first concern relates to the urban design consequences of inserting high-rises along quiet, low-scale neighborhood streets, again at 10 times the density and height of existing homes. While taller buildings are appropriate when clustered in certain neighborhoods and sited along major streets and transition zones between these streets, wedging towers along charming neighborhood streets is inappropriate for so many reasons. It ignores local plans that were carefully planned out over many years. It's out of character with most of the areas identified for this initiative. It undermines the intent of heritage conservation area bylaws that are intended to do more density through retention options for multifamily conversions and complementary infill, not out-of-scale towers. Two, why are we even proposing towers in these locations? While I agree council should allow social housing everywhere in the city, I cannot understand why city staff are recommending such extensive blanket rezoning, specifically for high-rises, especially when only 30% of the units may be providing subsidized homes. 6 stories is one thing, towers is another. 3, the city's definition of social housing can include up to 70% market and only 30% below market units. And even with 30% below market, the entire development is deemed to be social housing. And so this is an example of a shiny keys marketing of development. Look at the shiny social housing and ignore the 70% market development that's inflating land values. 4, no public hearings, and proposals would go directly to development permit. If council adopts this social housing initiative, any proposal that is deemed to be social housing and run by a nonprofit would go directly to the development permit stage and not require a public hearing. Note, I used to sit on the DP board, and I'm very familiar with its processes in comparison with the city council. Big difference. And 5, public trust. To the best of my knowledge, not one single affected resident or landowner has been directly notified by the city of this public hearing. This despite the massive impact that this social housing initiative will have on the city. We're talking 52,729 parcels, nearly 26 square kilometers, and over 49% of the Vancouver's residential land for social housing with no more public hearings. So who thinks this is a good plan for Vancouver? Well, the rumor has it that the province is behind this initiative, and its intentions may be good, but democracy is being steamrolled along with our neighborhoods. Damn the torpedoes. And at the end of the day, I remind council that residents matter, and playing whack-a-mole with a third of the neighborhoods in the city adds insult to injury. So please do not approve. Send it back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 38, Caitlin Stockwell.
Hi, good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'm a Strathcona resident. I'm a lawyer who has experience providing legal representation to low-income renters dealing with residential tenancy issues and who are often struggling to find stable, affordable housing options. I'm speaking in favor of the social housing initiative because based on 3 years of staff work and analysis, it is structured to help build non-market homes faster, cheaper, and provide more project certainty. This can help attract much-needed funding for these projects from other levels of government. We have heard loud and clear from this council how important it is for other levels of government to contribute resources to the housing crisis in Vancouver. So I'm pleased that this proposal has come forward that responds to these concerns for council's consideration. I heard in the questions council has been asking earlier that there's concern that some geographic areas might be taking on the responsibility of providing more social housing options than other areas. Let's apply some of this same reasoning to our neighborhoods within Vancouver. Right now, 45% of all social housing units in Vancouver are in the downtown peninsula, downtown east side, and Strathcona neighborhoods, whereas Kerrisdale and West Point Grey have almost no social housing to speak of. The social housing initiative proposed would make it easier to advance social housing across neighborhoods in Vancouver, and importantly in areas near transit and projected for future growth. Council is elected to represent all Vancouverites. City policies need to both send the message and create the reality that everyone is welcome in every neighborhood. It's not about sharing the burden, it's about sharing space to provide affordable housing options, including for school teachers, seniors, firefighters, retail staff, and city workers that help keep our city running and work across different neighborhoods in our city. As we've heard from staff, this initiative isn't opening the floodgates. It is projected to make it easier to build potentially 10 nonprofit social housing projects a year across Vancouver neighborhoods. Although I do wonder whether people who are unhoused and being pushed out of this city are worried about drowning in housing options. Regardless, this initiative is a positive step forward that needs to be taken in the face of a housing affordability crisis that is pushing low to middle income people out of this city. I urge Council to support this initiative to make social housing cheaper and quicker to build, allowing that time and money to go into making these much needed projects happen. And I just want to thank the city staff for all the hard work that's gone into this and for Council's time speaking this evening. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 39 has withdrawn. Speaker number 40, David Picknell. David Pickell. Sorry about that. Gotta put my glasses on.
Okay, this one. Mr. Mayor, councilors, thank you so much for your time and your attention. I had a wonderful speech written out. I wrote it 4 or 5 times. Then I scrapped it because I realized that it was maybe a little bit off topic. But I'm a Kitsilano renter, and of course, in Kitsilano, we've seen this trigger word, the 20-story tower applications going up. It seems like every second block. So it's nerve-wracking. And kind of like Kitsilano has a character, and I think it deserves that character in all neighborhoods deserves to be given consideration rather than just sort of a wholesale development towards the sky. In the earlier presentation where we were shown a PowerPoint of different aspects of this plan, there was a wonderful slide which showed about a 10-block area with one of these 20-story towers in dark purple, and then a few interesting buildings in the 4 to 7-story category, kind of fleshing out the area. And I thought to myself, if that was what we were being offered, if the city was going to be judicious in terms of doling out, whereabouts and how many of these dense constructions are going to take place, I think people like me would be a lot more comfortable and easy in mind. I mean, you can tolerate a certain amount of density, but in Kitsilano right now, at almost north of 4th, it looks like a threat. It really does. There seems to be somebody looking for a 20-story tower every couple of blocks. That's one thing I wanted to say. Thank you for hearing that. I can't support this proposal as it's given, but I am supportive of many of its objectives. But I'm nervous about anything. Sorry, I'm reading my notes here. They're terrible handwriting. I'm nervous about anything which reduces the access to having some control over their character of the neighborhood of the residents who live there. I was in a rezoning hearing in 2004 where neighbors met with the developer and the architect in a single family area where a eccentric building was proposed, and it was a great process, and we were able to see this building not go ahead in our area, but almost immediately go ahead in a more suitable area. So the builder got their way, our neighborhood got its way, and this was all based on the democratic interaction between the neighborhood, the people that actually live there, and you people who have the power to make sweeping decisions to alter the character of our lives, hopefully for the better. I have another concern, which is that, I'm not a sociologist, but it would appear to me that we're talking about social housing, protected housing, and then everything else. And my sense of this is, supposing I'm living in social housing, I qualify, I've got a $54,000 household income, and then I have a chance to better my circumstances by getting a different job or creating some more wealth. What happens to me if I'm suddenly not able to qualify for the affordable housing that I've been enjoying and using as a support for however many years with my family? I'm not sure that there's been an adequate discussion of the potential mobility through different levels of housing for people that might transition from supportive housing to other forms of housing that they might possibly prefer. And one thing that occurs to me in this regard is there's been a historic differential between land values towards Alma Street as compared to towards Boundary Road along Broadway. And it seems to me that if I'm living in social housing or protected housing or below market housing in, say, Kerrisdale, and I come to a point where I don't qualify for it anymore, and I'm looking to enter the free market, I would like to know that some thought is being given to other levels of affordability besides just the levels that will support people of especially low income. That was another point. And
David, I'm sorry, you're at time.
I am. I'm very long-winded. Thank you so much.
And David, thank you very much for coming in. Speaker number 41, Stanley Lee.
Am I there? Can you hear me?
Stanley, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
All right. I know you guys are tired, and well, first of all, I'm not opposed to affordable housing. However, I am opposed to this so-called social housing initiative, even though I'm pretty sure you guys have already made up your mind, which even though I think it's quite a bit of a bait and switch. These so-called new affordable units are half the size, cost at least $500 more per month, and only up to 30% of them are actually social housing. And I think the 70% of them are really market housing being masked as social housing. And at the same time, seniors, veterans, medical workers, and artists are being forced out, losing their homes and access to their workplaces. This destroys existing affordable housing to build market rate profit disguised as social housing. Also, you're adding at least 64,000 people to neighborhoods that are already choking at supporting current residents. There's not enough schools, not enough public transit, road capacity is terrible, not enough parks, not enough healthcare capacity, not enough utilities. It doesn't help at the same time that you guys are trying to sell off school property, and if you have your way, you probably would try to sell off parkland as well. Also, you're doing it with 20-story towers that add 5% death risk per floor above 6 stories. The current Hong Kong's worst fire in decades that's happening right now, the death toll is already at 94 people in those tower blocks. So I hope you look forward to your future with this. The worst part of it is that the planners withheld this plan during the official development plan consultation. 57% of the public opposes this. Wealthy Shaughnessy is excluded. Southeast Vancouver is targeted. You changed zoning boundaries without notifying residents. The rental and also condo markets have collapsed. Thousands of units are sitting empty. So developers are probably worried about building anything risky, yet you ignored the obvious. I don't think this isn't planning. I believe there's a lot of elements of deception. Anyway, it's a long day. I'm sure that you guys have already made up your mind. Speakers don't matter. public opposition doesn't matter. Only your donor bosses matter, and voters will remember that.
Great, thank you very much. Speaker number 42, Brianna Lepian. Hi.
Hello. Thank you for having me. I am a Vancouver resident. I am a full-time working professional, and I sure do slide into these income categories being discussed here tonight. I live in Mount Pleasant, and the Broadway corridor will affect me. It's already affecting me. I will have to leave my rental apartment at the end of this year, moving into next year, as my rent has been increased every single year for the last 4 years. I work full-time in sales, and this is not affordable for me. We're all sliding into this category. There's 55% of households are renters. Who are we serving if not the renters? Like, I'm not sure if this is really translating for folks, but like, when we talk about social housing, we're talking about most of us at this point. So I'd ask council to look at their efforts so far and consider, are they working? We have over 20,000 homes in this city paying taxes on empty homes. Why are we not housing people? Are these methods effective? I support this because it's something. It is something in the right direction. It's different because what has been happening has not been working, and it's getting worse. So I beg this council, please take a closer look at what it is you've been planning to do. And if those 20-story towers are so offensive, then this council has no business approving them for profit anti-social housing. Then approve the ones that are for people to live in, where rents are controlled, where we can actually be and stay for more than a year until a developer buys our house and kicks us out. Consider this. This is most of us at this point. This is not a select minority. When we talk about the elderly, look at those demographics. How many of those people are aging into that category? Most of them are rattling around in 5-bedroom houses by themselves. They don't know what to do. There's no place for them to go. So if it's not this, something. Come up with something better. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. The next speaker we have is speaker number 43, Elizabeth Murphy. Are you on the line?
The Stafford, no speaker 30. They're not on the line. Sorry, 43.
Okay, speaker 44, Sarah McLeod.
No speaker 44.
Speaker number 45, Christina Valentinuzzi.
No speaker 45.
Speaker number 46, Frank Heinzeman.
No.
Speaker number 47, Peter Waldkirch.
Hi there, can you hear me?
We can hear you, please go ahead.
Great, thanks. Look, I'll keep this short. I'm here to support this motion. This motion would make it easier to build housing. And housing is good. That is the essence of being pro-housing. This motion applies only to social housing because making it easier to build nonprofit housing is the lowest of low-hanging fruits. Because everyone says they support affordable housing, right? Well, listening to the speakers tonight, apparently not, but still, this advances a core pro-housing proposition to make it easier to build housing. The pro-housing perspective would be to approve this and then extend that same logic to other forms of housing across the city to make it easier to build all sorts of housing everywhere. Because this is actually very simple. We need more housing. We need more social housing. We need more nonprofit housing. We need more market housing. We need more housing. And to do that, we need to make it easier to build more housing. This motion is a step in the right direction, and it is not possible to call oneself pro-housing if one opposes this motion. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Peter. Speaker number 48, Randy Helton.
Hello, hello.
Hi, please go ahead.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. I'd like to say that I oppose this initiative and encourage council to take a different approach, one that is more filled with truthfulness and respect for the citizens of Vancouver. Truthfulness starts with the name of it. It should be called the 70% market rental and 30% below market rental initiative. I think a lot of people who are in support of it don't realize what it really is. It's not what the title is. A lot of the consultation that was done was not was not really honest or accurate. And in fact, if you go to the Shape Your City Social Housing Initiative website, the video that features there is actually filled with inaccuracies, and the reason it's over a year old. So basically, it's false advertising. So anyone who's trying to research this proposal is getting wrong information. Also, it was only just revealed yesterday that there's over 53,000 parcels in the city of Vancouver that are affected, and yet very few people really know what's going on. There was no direct notification of the public hearing to the citizens affected. I figured a couple 100,000 people live in the area affected here. So I would like to see a bit more trust and respect in the people of Vancouver. And rather than a top-down approach, what is needed now, I think, is more bottom-up. If you were to take a number of approaches, one would be a town hall where you present what the challenge, the problem is, and present the facts with some of the senior staff and have city council there as well, and then have a real public and honest, respectful discussion about how to deal with it. You could also try a few things like even make it a fun or a constructive competition, east side, west side, and you say we want this number of true social housing units below market rental for a certain income level, and ask the community to come up with suggestions and work it out and get something that can be strongly supported by the people of Vancouver and make city council heroes to the public, rather than this top-down method that really is autocratic. I think the world needs to go more, as we're seeing around the world, including the neighbor to the south. There's so much autocratic approaches being taken. I think it's important to be more bottom-up, respect neighborhoods and citizens, and listen to the wisdom of the communities and the people. And I think you might be surprised with the outcomes. Also, just a final note, on October 31st, Metro Vancouver Board of Directors, with 6 of our city councillors from Vancouver present, by consensus, adopted a motion to write to the Premier of British Columbia to request the repeal of the housing legislation, including Bill 47, transit-oriented areas, and the housing quotas that were imposed a couple years ago. The mayors of Metro Vancouver are very upset with how the top-down approach. 6 of our members of council, which is the majority, representing the people of Vancouver, endorsed that, and I understand that the letter's going to the Premier within the next few days. So I think it's okay for our city council to take the foot off the accelerator a little bit, look at what is working and what's not, give a bit more respect to the people of Vancouver, and I think we can have better outcomes that everyone supports. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Speaker number 49, Larry Benj.
I'm sorry, Mayor, just a point of personal privilege before we go on. I'm just noticing we're getting close to the end of the speakers list, but I'm also noting the time, and you still have the third and final call for speakers. So I know we've had a a number of late nights in the chamber this week. What I'd like to do is put a motion on the floor to finish speakers and your third call for speakers, and then refer debate decision to, I guess it would be unfinished business on December the 9th for council.
Second.
Okay. Council, is there any discussion? I do have one clarifying question here. Do I have to go in the queue to ask this clarifying question? Basically, are you, sorry, let's stop the timer here. Are you suggesting that we go until we have the third round and then we close the speakers list?
Yes, I would suggest, I would imagine that we'll probably go a little over 10 o'clock. So closing the speakers list, going past 10 o'clock, close the speakers list.
And public.
For debate and decision.
And public comments as well? Is that what?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so that's the motion on the floor and it's still seconded. Okay, so then, point of procedure. So do I need Councillor Montague to state where and when?
That's correct. Where and when, and it went form, like
So
in council, in person and electronically.
Okay, I'll try and remember that. So refer debate and decision to the council meeting at unfinished business at 9 o'clock here at 9:30 in council chambers in person and electronically. December the 9th, if I didn't say that already.
Okay, great. So that's on the record. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, I will put that to a vote. All of those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Great. So we will continue to go through this speakers list and then do a final call and close the speakers list and receive the comments. Thank you very much. Okay, the next speaker we have is speaker number 49, Larry Benge.
Hello, my name is Larry Benge. I'm co-chair of the Coalition of Vancouver Neighborhoods. While we acknowledge the need for social and affordable housing, we are speaking to oppose Vancouver's social housing initiative, since this initiative takes the wrong approach. Some of the many concerns that we have about this proposal are there was little to no meaningful consultation with affected residents. The area affected is very significant. While not stated in the documentation, staff revealed just the day before the public hearing that the policy affects, as you've heard before, 52,729 land parcels in Vancouver, nearly 26 square kilometers, and over 49% of Vancouver's residential land area. Residents living with any form of ownership or renting in these areas receive no notification of the policies or even the public hearing, including myself and kids. The one-size-fits-all approach of random towers is without any local planning context. The policy ignores local area plans, which have been carefully planned by neighborhoods over many years. These towers are out of character with most of the areas identified for this initiative, going against the city's own policies. Public oversight and a democratic means of having a say will be undermined. Public hearings would be prohibited, as this is fully intended to be part of the ODP, which does prohibit public hearings. And proposals would go directly to development permits, in some cases to be decided by one person, the director of planning. Excuse me. Only 30% will be social housing, while the rest will be 70% expensive market rentals. The supposed viability of projects is based on pro forma spreadsheets that are not subject to independent scrutiny, so the public and even council cannot be assured of the value for value. Supportive housing at large scales has been proven to be a failed model, but if approved, this initiative significantly reduces opportunities for meaningful community input and influence in outcomes. This initiative risks displacing many existing tenants in current social housing or existing rentals, purpose-built rentals, as well as secondary suites, both authorized and unauthorized, potentially affecting tens of thousands of renters. Opposition to this initiative is greater than support, as shown in public feedback that the city has recorded. The June-July 2025 engagement, when more details were finally provided, shows the majority of respondents were opposed. The initiative undermines the intent of the Heritage Conservation Bylaw and First Shaughnessy area that are intended for more density through heritage retention options for multifamily conversions and complementary infill, not out-of-scale towers. The initiative contradicts or ignores many policies and programs put in place by the three levels of government to promote solar renewable energy generation and threatens the viability of existing and future solar PV installations in the entire social housing initiative area and vicinity due to potential shadowing. We encourage Council not to approve this initiative due to its many flaws and not to incorporate it into the official development plan. Instead, initiate a proper, transparent, open public discussion on the objectives of the social housing initiative and work with communities to find better solutions than what are proposed here. I would also argue that the current economic situation gives us an opportunity to take a little bit more time, especially since the city has said only 10 projects were taken on upgrade of the previous opportunities. And I think that gives us an opportunity to reconsider a lot of this initiative. Thank you.
Thanks, Larry. Speaker number 50, Karen Francesco.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Karen DeFrancesco. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you great. Please go ahead.
Wonderful. Yes, thank you. Good evening to Council. I was fortunate enough to speak at Free the Fern, and now as a resident of Champlain Heights, resident of Matheson Heights Co-op, I speak against this initiative. I must speak against this initiative. While I appreciate the need for more social housing, I think that it's at the detriment of all the current residents of this area. Yes, Vancouver has a housing shortage, but must we be so aggressive with this initiative? We are at risk of destroying the neighborhoods and the community of Champlain Heights. With these 20-story housing monoliths, we would be creating ghettos in Champlain Heights and decimating the beauty and the uniqueness that we have been we've been afforded in this area. I've been to New York, I've been to Toronto, and I've seen what those 20-story buildings look like, and it destroys a city. And as I said, yes, we need more housing, but at what cost? The initiative doesn't have the support of the residents. We heard this evening that this project only has 20% favorability. That is far below what should be considered when we look at such initiatives. Please listen to your constituents. They are not in favor of this proposal. I've spent my entire life in this city. I've raised my daughter in this city. I go to the gym. I utilize the area. I go for walks. And I've created lasting, lifelong friendships in this community, in Champlain Heights. And that's because of the way that Champlain Heights is. It has a sense of community. The layout, the trees, the trails, the neighborhood itself. Creating these towers would decimate that, as I mentioned, robbing us of this opportunity to have these enriched lives. We've never had a push like this before, and I urge Council to consider the local residents, those of us that live here and have lived here, again, our entire lives. 33,000 lots in Vancouver, of the city, would be turned into towers and change the city that we love into a city that we may hate. So again, Council, I urge you to reconsider. And again, I speak against this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Speaker, we're going to go back to speaker number 25. He got cut off. Speaker 25 is Donnie Rosa. Donnie, are you on the line?
Mayor and Council, thank you very much for the opportunity to be heard tonight. As you said, my name is Donnie Rosa, and I am currently the Chief Executive Officer for Atira Women's Resource Society, one of the largest providers of women-only and women-led housing in Canada. For more than 40 years, we've been building and stewarding homes for women, children, and gender-diverse people who have experienced gender-based violence, homelessness, and deep poverty. Today, I want to speak in strong support of the Social Housing Initiative, an initiative that addresses three of the largest barriers to building affordable housing: time, cost, and certainty. When we talk about certainty, we're not just talking about development timelines. We're talking about human certainty, the safety that comes when a woman knows she will not be forced back into an unsafe environment while waiting for housing approvals. Atira operates Serena's House on Dunlevy, one of Vancouver's oldest women-only SROs. It currently provides housing to 56 women, many of whom are leaving violence, exiting exploitation, or have lived decades impacted by poverty, stigma, and housing instability. But Serena's is not a home because it was never built to be one. It's a 1920s era SRO where women share washrooms at the end of hallways, where there's no elevator, no accessibility, no counseling space, and no kitchens designed for dignity. No matter how much we repair it or retrofit it, it cannot become a safe, healing environment. We are ready to redevelop Serena's into a purpose-built, women-only, trauma-informed housing development with private lockable units, secure entry, counseling spaces, community connection, and accessibility. A building designed not only to shelter, but to help women rebuild their lives. Serena's has been difficult to redevelop due to a number of factors. For example, financial feasibility issues and density limitations. Under the Social Housing Initiative's rezoning pathway, we can be more creative with our redevelopment options. This will allow us to redevelop sooner, modestly increase unit count, and deliver safe, accessible, trauma-informed housing without sacrificing time-sensitive funding or compromising women's safety. Because in gender-based housing, sometimes speed and safety are worth more than density, and today you can prove this is right for council. When we reduce time, we reduce risk. When we reduce cost, we deepen affordability. When we provide certainty, we protect women. This initiative shifts the focus from maximum density to maximum possibility, enabling community organizations to build smarter, faster, and with greater integrity. Every year of delay adds 6 to 8% in construction inflation, risks missing funding windows, and keeps women in temporary settings not designed for them. This initiative helps protect not only our timelines, but the integrity of women-only housing. This is not just a change to zoning policy. It is a shift in how Vancouver enables housing that is dignified, gender-informed, culturally aligned, and owned by community for the long term. On behalf of Atira, the women at Serena's, and the thousands more waiting for homes like it, make this transformation possible. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of our speakers list. If there are any additional speakers in the chamber, please come forward to the podium. Clerk, are there any additional speakers online?
Yes, we have speaker 15 and speaker 17 on the line.
Okay, speaker 15, please go ahead.
Evening, Mayor Sim and Council. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Is this Owen? Please go ahead.
Yeah, that's me. I am speaker 15. Good. I was kind of guessing. Yeah, I'm really glad to finally be calling in to support this. It feels like we've been talking about it for years. I am glad that more viable nonprofit housing will be allowed in my neighborhood. I think it's not nearly broad enough. I'm disappointed that so much city land is still going to require a spot rezoning. But all in all, it's a really positive step. I think when you're using that R3 zoning, we know that's not really viable for private development in most of the city. So I think it'll be a real big challenge for social housing, nonprofit housing organizations to get it off the ground too. But still, this is a step in the right direction. I don't want to take up too much of your time this late at night, so I'll probably just leave it there. I hope you are able to support this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, speaker number 17, Tom Armstrong.
Thank you for your patience with me this evening. I'm the CEO of the Co-op Housing Federation of BC and the Community Land Trust Foundation. I work but don't live in Vancouver. There are about 6,400 co-op homes in Vancouver, but we need a heck of a lot more. And I'm here to tell you that this initiative is smart housing policy that's going to move us in the right direction. In fact, I've got calls from several colleagues who work in the community housing sector in other parts of the country who've heard about this initiative coming to council and are hoping it'll be a precedent for their cities to follow. So you really are taking an enormous and important step here. This is a pretty housing savvy council, and you know how tough it is to build and operate non-market housing in Vancouver. We've got three developments literally under construction today in downtown Vancouver that were awarded to us in the 2018 round of site allocations. And being able to move straight to development permit is an absolute game changer with the density that will overcome some of the viability barriers that we face. The potential to cut a year and anywhere from $500,000 to $1 million off the development costs. If you're a private developer, you have to ask yourself, okay, do I want to erode my profit margin from, say, 15 to 12% to make this happen? But if you're a non-market housing developer, you don't have a profit margin to erode. Those additional costs go straight to day one rents. And that's why we have to have an honest conversation about this 70-30 mix. The 30% of affordable homes in any development is a bit of a viability threshold for us. It doesn't mean that the 70% are market tenure. It means that they start at higher rents to create a cross-subsidy across the development and make it possible to get the homes built in the first place. But from then on, from after day one, they become increasingly more and more affordable day after day. So that, we finally have programs from all three levels of government stacking. And this is an enormous window of opportunity. I really hope that you don't miss it. Of course, we'll hear some objections. Change always provokes anxiety. But this is not a call for immediate and widespread development. It's going to be thoughtful. It's going to be phased. It's going to build a pipeline of permanently affordable homes. You know your community housing sector partners. We're responsible. We're deeply rooted in the community. We're not chasing the dollar. We're chasing our mission. And our only mission is to build and operate safe, secure, permanently affordable homes in vibrant mixed-income communities. And this is just simply going to make it easier to achieve that goal, and not to nibble around the edges of the problem, but to achieve that goal at the scale of the problem. So, I'd say if you want to encourage housing policy that's socially responsible, climate-friendly, able to utilize investments from all levels of government, this is absolutely the best step you can take in that direction. And the Co-op Housing Federation and the Community Land Trust enthusiastically support this proposal. Thanks so much for your time tonight.
Great. Thank you very much. So this is the third and final call for speakers. If there are any speakers for this item who wish to speak to council, please call toll free at 1-833-353-8610, followed by participant code 1061445# before the close of the speakers list. The phone number will be posted on X and displayed during the recess. We're now going to take a 2-minute recess for any additional speakers to come in, to call in or come forward to the podium.
Yeah, yeah. No, no.
Okay. All right. We're back. Speaker number 22. Are you on? Oh, sorry.
Okay. Hello, Mayor and Council. My name is Iona Bonami, and my Chinese name is Tosi Wing. I am a co-chair of Women Transforming Cities. I'm excited to express my strong support for this initiative. There's been oftentimes stigmatism, unspoken, towards social housing projects. But the residents of these buildings are just everyday people. They include seniors, single-parent families, people with disabilities, people who would otherwise be homeless. They're just people looking for a safe and secure place to call home and to raise their families. And I've knocked on doors of many people over the last few years, and oftentimes the social housing buildings and the co-op buildings are the most vibrant and close-knit communities I have encountered. The residents look out for one another, and they are happy because they don't have to worry about being kicked out of their home. And as a result, they stay in the home for a long time and build strong connections with their neighbors. And now I want to talk about someone I met recently who could not find this type of housing for a long time. They have a disability and a child and could not find a home they could rent that was accessible, so they had to stay in a shelter for 8 months. This is unacceptable. Having a disability should not mean you cannot find safe housing for over half a year. But yet, that is what many people are facing today because it is too costly to build social housing projects in the city, and those that are available are concentrated in just a few pockets in the city. Today, we have over 6,300 households that are currently on the BC social housing waitlist and over 2,700 people who are counted as being homeless this year. But we know there are many more who are difficult to count. And these numbers are growing each and every year. The social housing rezoning policy would help enable more of these desperately needed affordable homes to be built and bring dignity back to people's lives. More widely available social housing would also improve public safety, as it's proven that prioritizing the provision of affordable housing reduces substance use and improves mental health outcomes. So as a city, if we are serious about improving public safety, we need to make it easier to build truly affordable homes. I urge you to vote in favor of this initiative. We need more communities that are stable and strong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I think the next speaker's number, Clerk, did you say 44? Is that right? Sarah McLeod? Oh, there's Sarah.
Hello, thank you. Just made it. Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I think I put other as like if I was opposed, favor, or other. Obviously, we need more social housing. Not opposed to that. And from what I was able to hear tonight from some professionals, like it would make it easier for people to, these co-ops and these nonprofits to get the land to be able to build these things. I know that because when you guys did the blanket rezoning of the Canby corridor and the Broadway plan situation, I talked to my neighbors that were well, first I talked to just ask if they were consulted or if they knew what was going on. And they said yes, and they said they were cool with what was going on because it would make it easier for them to sell their homes to developers. So yeah, like when everything's blanket rezoned, it does make it easier to sell, so I guess in some sense easier to buy and makes it easier. With this situation, I more have issues with the process because where I live is in that zone, and I asked my landlords and they knew nothing about this. So that's just not cool. My concerns mainly are having heard what BC Assessment told you guys in January about how they evaluate that on highest and best use, like to just blanket rezone a bunch of people's properties, like I don't know, I'm asking, like, is that not gonna affect how BC Assessment sees their properties in terms of highest and best use? Will that not affect the valuation of their properties, hence leading to more taxes based on their own definition? And then I just, as much as I know we need social housing, I just think the designs aren't smart. Like if we're talking about people with disabilities, if there's ever an emergency, if they have to walk down the stairs 20 flights, like that just doesn't make sense to me. I've written to the city before about how in my hometown they have like a limit just in general of 10 stories, and they try to even pass like a senior living home at 10 stories, a development, and the city council is like, whoa, these are seniors, make it 8 stories. Different city, different situation. I'm also worried about like getting rid of what is already currently affordable. I live where I live, which is going to be rezoned to like 6 stories, I think here. I pay $2,400 for a 2-bedroom. I think I looked up the city average is about $3,300. So I pay below market. I don't even think it was marketed as below market. It's just great landlords, great people. And yeah, if this eventually gets demolished and they put up a 6-story building that has 30% social housing and 70% market, like I might not be able to fall within what is that bracket to qualify for social housing, which would, I left you guys a bunch of messages earlier and my math was wrong earlier. So if it's 20 units, it'd be like 8 to 9 units would be social housing and then 11 of them would be market housing. Like I can't afford market housing. But if I don't fall into the category of being able to qualify for social housing, then there's just no options for me. And I think we're seeing like all over nationally talking about a missing middle. And I understand that that's not what we're talking about now. We're talking about social housing, but and it's needed. I agree. I just don't think the designs work. I think we're getting rid of affordable stuff in the meantime. I just think the process was not cool. Like people might find out about this, when they get their assessments from BC Land Assessment, and be like, what the heck? Yeah, cool. Well, I'm glad I made it.
Great. Thanks, Sarah. Clerk, do we have any other speakers?
Yes, we have some unknown phone numbers. I can call the last 4 digits to bring the callers on. With the caller with the last 4 digits, 7100, if it can be unmuted.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead. Sir, what was your name?
Yeah, my name is Ian McPhail-Bartley, and I'm not a resident of Vancouver, because I know you asked that question, but I work at UBC. I support this motion because we need to get nonprofits out of the Wild West of funding procedure. Developers will tell you that it's harder to get financing to buy land when a rezoning is needed. Pre-zoning for social housing saves tons of taxpayer money and gets more homes built faster. I know you all know this is true. Yes, with Arbutus and 8, some of you discovered that behind closed doors, it is possible to delay and potentially kill provincially funded social housing, even after a massive public rezoning, but it still helps get more housing built. You've had multiple people from the nonprofit housing sector come out and speak to that today. And I think with the pro-housing government, this would be very impactful. So I hope you support it. Good night.
Thank you very much.
With the caller with the last four digits 7372, if you can unmute.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yep, please go ahead. So what was your name?
My name is Cheng Yan Boon, and I'm a resident of Vancouver.
Thank you very much.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm calling in support of the social housing initiative. 3 years ago, I saw the councillors in this chamber give a standing ovation for this motion as it was first proposed, which has been one of the biggest rays of sunshine that has carried me through these tumultuous few years. It's a way to make affordable housing happen faster, cheaper, and at no cost to the city. It's awesome. And I was glad to see that staff didn't limit to just a couple of neighborhoods or along arterials. They actually proposed a good thing that could make a small but important difference. Allowing more options with higher density means more affordable housing that can actually pencil. So here I am begging you. Please pass this as is, without watering it down or making changes that will somehow prioritize other things, like shadows, over the amazing potential of this motion, the way it makes affordable housing faster, cheaper, and simpler to build in the city. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
With this caller with the last four digits 8588, please unmute.
Good evening, Council. My name is Michael O'Shaughnessy. I live in Fairview, and I'm calling in to support the Social Housing Initiative. You've heard at length about the need to build more social housing in our expensive city, so I won't belabor that point. I'll just make one further point. This is not unprecedented. You've basically already done this. Some of the remarks tonight have centered on the idea that allowing developments to go straight to development permit is a historic first. But the simple fact is this council just pre-zoned the Broadway and Cambie corridors. That's a pretty big chunk of the city where compliant developments can just skip the public hearing stage. Now, this social housing initiative, like the Broadway and Cambie corridor plans, follows a significant amount of public engagement and staff work, and it meets a significant need. I've heard this council, multiple members of this council, speak a lot about how important it is to keep developments viable. In fact, I might have heard Mayor Sim use that on the CBC as a way to argue that his property tax freeze somehow benefits renters like me. Well, here's a way you can support the viability of the type of affordable development we need the very most. This will reduce costs paid by non-market housing providers who are not made of money. It will allow them to save money navigating the process, and more importantly, it will save time so that contracts can be locked in and bids can be placed before prices rise even further. This will let us get way more affordable homes built faster. That's very, very good for renters like me. I hope you'll make the right decision on this. People in the city know it. The rent is too damn high, and it's time to see if you agree.
Great, thank you very much.
With the speaker with the last four digits 5760, please unmute and go ahead. Is the caller with the last four digits 5760 on the line?
Hello.
What was your name?
Hi, it's James Lloyd. Sorry about the confusion there. I appreciate you taking my call at this late hour. I'm a long-term renter in Vancouver. I apologize, I do not have prepared statements for tonight, but I have been listening to the proceedings, and I did feel compelled to call in and oppose this rezoning proposal, not out of any objection to social housing, which I think you'll find most residents support, the creation of housing overall. It's the matter of it being this sweeping rezoning process that's being proposed. Really, you have to take things on a case-by-case basis when we're talking about towers. You do have to enable communities to be able to speak for these things. And if we're talking about social housing initiatives, then you're talking about care. And when you're talking about residents' care, that should always be in the hands of the Crown, the individual communities, the experts on such care, and the would-be residents themselves to find out if these neighborhoods are the right the right place for them, the right developments for them, the right amenities, and so forth. That's not happening with something like this, where it's covering nearly the entire city with this rezoning proposal. And as the planner who spoke earlier tonight admitted to, once that rezoning is passed, things are out of the hands of the residents. When it goes to development application after that, it seems to be mostly cosmetic. So the rezoning application itself is key, and that's where neighborhoods need to be able to speak on this. So for me, something this sweeping, as I said, would be anti-democratic. In regard to the actual social housing components, I would agree with many of the other callers that 30% housing is not a great blow for social housing. We're talking about 70% market rates in towers. We're back to basically economics, and we're back to the big developments. And I don't believe that this is a blow for people's care or for renters here. I would also like to make a quick point in regards to Councillor Maloney asking the planner earlier, would artists or the creative community benefit from such social housing? And the planner said, I think so. Well, that's hardly an expert opinion. And from what I've heard from the planners tonight, it was mostly vagaries because they simply don't know the infrastructure of these neighborhoods. I've worked and lived in Mount Pleasant as an artist for 30 years. I'm a long-term renter, and that is how I afford to be here. It's a long-term tenancy and not losing that to development. So I'm not an expert, but I can attest to the fact that gentrification has not helped the arts whatsoever, Councillor Maloney. It has led to artists leaving this neighborhood en masse. We have lost our art spaces. We do have a significant space here, which is the City Center Lodge, and they're going to lose that to development. And that's what occurs. If there is such a thing as artists benefiting from social development, then we need to actually hear those experiences or see those figures. Again, not these reassurances of, I think so, we might, that kind of thing. So in closing, as I said, we really do need to enable communities one-on-one, understand how many of these towers are inappropriate for our neighborhoods, and yes, absolutely, support those who need social housing, but in a different way. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much.
With the caller with the last four digits 8172, please unmute and go ahead.
Good evening, Council.
Go ahead.
This is Jeff Appleby. I've been a resident of Kitsilano for many years. I've heard some concerns about this from this proposal about the need to preserve neighborhood context and the importance of local community input. But the reality of the process is that's been the case for decades. It's brought us to the city that is becoming so expensive right now. And continuing that is going to prolong the housing problems that we have. Many people have said that 30% housing is not enough, but the current circumstances have resulted in zero new housing, social housing, in many neighborhoods. Delaying an initiative like this that makes it easier to build some new social housing for some ideal down the line means that many people are going to be delayed in the housing that they need, and it's just going to become more expensive and more difficult to do in the future. I encourage City Council to approve the social housing initiative as it is and work to improve it down the line, not to stall further. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
With the caller with the last four digits 9416, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is James Madden. I'm a Vancouver resident in the Dunbar neighborhood, and I support this initiative. I know all councillors here are proud of the actions that this council has taken on housing, and I, as a young person who really hopes to have my future in this city, also really appreciate that work. With that in mind, I was a little surprised listening to the council discussion for this initiative, considering to me it seems very in line with policies this council has championed, like the standardized R3 and R5 districting via widespread rezonings, the ODP next year that'll streamline the approval process, and the Vancouver plan for the city's growth over the next 25 years. To speak to concerns about neighborhood character, especially on the west side, that's exactly why I support this initiative. I grew up in Dunbar, a predominantly single-family neighborhood that's defined as a neighborhood center in this plan. I love the neighborhood that I grew up in, and I want young people to be able to stay here, and I want families to be able to afford to live here. Social housing is a really crucial piece of enabling that. Finally, I'd like to thank city staff for their thoughtful work over a number of years on this, and council for staying here late and listening. I hope you all vote in support of this initiative. Thank you, and looking forward to the discussion and vote on December 9th. Have a good night.
Thank you.
And Speaker 31 is on the line.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Peter Dreesen. I'm a resident of Kitsilano, and I appreciate the work the council is doing to try to accommodate more residents in the city, and that's going to be necessary. But I think that the approach taken is a little bit too broad brush. I think that the refinements, I heard some earlier discussion about not just having a development permit go ahead without a public hearing. I think that another step of community engagement, I think, is necessary when towers are proposed. Some of the land areas that were selected for the 20-story towers, I think, is not appropriate to the neighborhood. And I'm thinking of a number of areas on the west side, in particular the whole waterfront strip from Kitsilano Park to Alma Street, I think, was designated. And that is an area that I don't think I think the property values there are much too high for social housing to be economically feasible. I've heard from developers that even the Broadway plan 20-story strata condos are not going to work economically. They simply cannot recover enough rent from the cost of construction and the cost of permitting and the cost of land. And that would be even much more true in the Point Grey Road and the waterfront strip of Vancouver, where the land values are in the tens of millions for small parcels. And the likelihood of enough of those small parcels at 10 million plus each being assembled to make a social housing project seems that will never happen. So why not exclude those regions from the plan and only keep those regions that are economically feasible? Another comment is that having these towers concentrated in areas where there's other commercial development, intersections of major roads, I think makes more sense too. I think my time may be up, and I thank you for your attention.
Great, thank you very much. Clerk, do we have any additional speakers in the chamber or online?
We do not.
Okay, seeing no further speakers, the speakers list is now closed. Clerk, has there been a large volume of public comments received on this item since 5 p.m.?
There has not.
Okay, seeing that there are few or no public comments received after 5 p.m., I'm now going to close receipt of public comments. Does the applicant have any closing comments?
Yes, I'll just make it very quick. I just want to reflect on the comments we've heard from speakers. They were very reflective of what we have ourselves heard through public engagement, especially concerns around the towers. I just want to reiterate, clarify a couple points based on what we've heard. So we have taken in this proposal the proposed geography from Vancouver Plan to locate more housing in the neighborhood centers. They are taller than what we would normally propose for market housing, and that is to provide that greater assistance to social housing, maximize the amount of affordable homes. I also want to just clarify that these proposals are limited to nonprofits only. So there isn't a profit motive. There is an affordability mandate, though. No developers will be able to access this option. And the proposed process changes will ease and speed access to senior government funding to get that deeper affordability that a lot of speakers spoke about as really needed in the city. So we just want to thank the speakers, thank council for their time. The staff team remains available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you very much. I know this is silly, but do the staff have any closing comments? Okay.
I'll just say no. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have any final questions for staff, noting that no additional questions to the applicant are permitted, and we know how silly that is because basically if you have a question for the applicant, I guess you could ask staff at a future date. Seeing no one in the queue, clerk,
Motion to adjourn.
Almost. Clerk, did we receive any additional public comments since the close of the public comments?
We did not.